Okay, guys, here we go again. Welcome to the live. Happy Tuesday today. And guess who's joining me today? Krista's joining me from inside the chat room, and she wants to come up. So, thank you for joining me today, Krista. How are you?
You're welcome and thank you. I'm fine. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited.
Yeah, same with me. You know,
Hi,
uh,
everyone.
Yeah. So again, Krista, you guys, she's been in chat with you guys multiple times. So this is her first time up here. So give her a bunch of hearts. Don't forget to hit that like and the share, of course, for Jack and Lily, because that's what this is about. And so it's nice to have a guest up here sometimes, that come and join. And Charmaine, she's probably busy. I told her we were doing a live and that. And so again, thank you for joining me. So I'll be interested in hearing your thoughts instead of in the chat, just talking like this now. But we're going to do some shout outs first. We're going to say hey to Brenda. Brenda, how are you? Amy's there washing the outside of my cabin, waiting for the live. That was like Belinda today when I had messaged her. She's just like, I just came in for some tea, and I was like, hopefully it's iced tea. And she goes, I was just mowing the lawn.
Yeah,
So
you guys are getting nice weather there.
yeah, like here it's what is it? What's it is the temperature here actually? Don't even know. Usually my computer says it, but whatever. It's 20 something. I know that, but at least it's not like the 30s the other day. That 30s sucks. And there's Kent in the house. So hi Lily, how are you? Hi Donna. Helen, you've been a member, and Helen, if you were watching the live yesterday, or was it the day before actually now? I think it was the day before when you know, Belinda had said stop to Pictou, stop the drama, and I saw your beautiful post in there supporting as well. So I want to start out by including you, Krista, here. Thank you guys so much for the support to the channel. It really means a lot because, again, we just try to be just an honest, truthful, fact driven, but speculation channel. But the support that a lot of you show sometimes, in Facebook groups and stuff like that, I just want to say, truly, from the bottom of my heart, Charmaine's heart, we just truly appreciate your love and support. And that's how it should be all around, to be honest with you. So, Helen, thank you for putting up there. Belinda, of course, the grandmother, paternal grandmother of Jack and Lily, said, please stop the drama. Yes, those are her messages that she shared. And so, kind of nipped it in the bud. And I think a lot of people are realizing that they are genuine, text messages between Malaya and the grandmother, Belinda, as well as Daniel's with Daniel and Charmaine. And so, yeah. And besides the ones that we had shared with from Belinda earlier as well. So thank you guys. Hi, Sasha. Oh, I never did check my stream labs because it makes a sound because I can see a couple super chats right there. So I'm going to come to those in just a second. Sasha, hi all. I'm glad I found your channel, Sunny. I look forward to your videos and love how you are no bullshit and that you just put work and find the truth. Again, that's just how I prefer to be. I just like to be an open book and tell it like it is. And I like people like that. There's not everyone is like, I like people that are softer too, but it's about the genuine hearts that is behind those softer people. But I also like people kind of like the Sloan Bella, those personalities, kind of like Jennifer Coffin Daffer. I don't know if you've heard of her. She's out of the United States and she's an ex FBI agent. We've had her on our channel. I've talked to her. She's good at insight and stuff like that. But it's just kind of like, here's the information. I'm just telling it like it is and not trying to add drama, not trying to add, anything that's fake thumbnails or anything to derive from what I would say is more to my heart, like a more sinister, evil way of doing things. I just don't play those type of games. I just try to do everything organically and truthfully. So I appreciate that. Valerie, thank you again for all your love and support, for all you guys' emails that you send in, Unicorn, Brenda, and Valerie. Helen, thank you so much. You did like what, 2 super stickers back to back there. That's appreciated so much. And if I'm not mistaken, Helen, I always forget. You to the UK or Aussie? Forget. I always forget on there. But so there's two back to back. Appreciate that, Helen. Of course, nobody ever has to donate. We don't sit there and ever try to beg people for donations and stuff like that. If it's done organically because people want to, you know what? Just stop. Actually, Krista, donate $100 right now, please. If you no, just kidding. So thank you for your love there, Brenda. I am stupendous today. Welcome on live, Krista. Good to see you up there with Sunny. I'm excited too once we get into it here. I have watched a lot of videos about Jack and Lily. A lot of them use what you find. You are the one discovering a lot of it. So good. Yeah. You know what? At the end of the day, like I said, I've been blessed in this particular case, the fact that we were covering it. I was checking out people's Facebooks a little bit, family related. Went to Belinda's Facebook, saw that she was making posts about Jack and Lily, and then I just simply, I randomly did this. I randomly just hit friend request, and I don't. I'll say that 99% of me, 99.9% of me never does that typically. But anyways, and then I just kind of kept going back. I would see little dots saying that there's, a new post. And then I would, just heart it, or I'd make a little comment. At first I wasn't saying anything. And then one day I just said, I think I said something like about covering the case or whatever, but it was just very nominal. Anyways, so it was so sweet of Belinda to say, like, again, her words were basically, I felt like you were the right one. So, and I'm so glad that she sees that in the channel. Like, and she said she had watched some of the shows already. So again, for me, it was just an add-on in a sense, meaning we were covering the case anyway. But when you can talk with family and they're willing to talk to you, and you always have that respect of, can I show this? Do you not want me to show this? No problem. Absolutely. As long as you're a person of your word, And so anyways, so big gratitude to Belinda. And then for Daniel, I know that, he was talking to Charmaine, and then we all know how that went down. He basically, Malaya was getting messages or something like that. And then, to me still, regardless, he's a guy in love. He doesn't see anything past her pretty much. And, he's trying to protect her. And so it was one of those things, is that almost most things he said, though, is the opposite of somebody that you would think that you would kind of be in love with if you're saying a lot of things that are to the negative side of her personality. And don't get me wrong, it's, some people are okay with those type of relationships, and obviously he was. Who knows if she was? But you can tell that this guy, and like I said, no offense by this, but some guys, they need the bibs, or because they're too busy being blinded by what possibly was in front of them. And that's kind of how I feel about this with Daniel, is that I just feel like she's kind of manipulative, that type of personality, for sure. But he doesn't see it that way, obviously. But whatever, he lives the life, right? I don't. So Yvonne, welcome. Tam, thank you. Welcome. Hi from Ontario. Tam says, Brenda, Jack, and Lily, don't forget to hit that magic button if you guys don't mind putting your DNA on there. Again, Donna, nice to see you. No new updates on no, there's no new updates at all, to be honest with you. There's no new information to share, in the sense of, like, I don't have any more information. I feel like I'm at a point, for the most part, where, Belinda has said almost everything she probably can, unless I maybe ask her something that she might have an answer for. Other than that, Daniel, he hasn't been speaking. I mean, no, don't get me wrong. Daniel might be speaking with people still, because we know that has spoken to more than just us. That is fact. We've seen the messages; those are private messages. But just he has been talking. So how much talking he's doing on social media, who knows? But we know that he's not putting anything out there right now, with regards to talking to the media. Remember, according to Daniel, he'll leak information as he feels like he needs to. Unfortunately, he thinks he's smarter than he is that way. He'll come to realize that the news, yeah, he can drip something. The news will put it out there and then they're back getting over it again until something big happens, so he better do a lot of drips. So that's where we come in. That's where true crime comes in. So whether or not you like a channel or don't like a channel, bottom line is it's about the awareness of cases. So whether it's good coverage or bad coverage, it's still keeping the messages out there for the family. And that's where we come in. We can keep holding a case out into the public when the news drops off, because they're all about a story. Remember that. They're all about a story. They're all about the clicks and the views, and they just want the story, right? There's a lot of us here, like myself, that truly are invested in just the heart of the case, of these children. They're not just a story to us. These are babies. A lot of us are parents. We have children. We couldn't imagine. In this case, Belinda is the, natural grandmother of these two children, Lily and Jack. So again, biggest hugs to anyone that's just really compassionate and caring for this case. Thank you for your likes and the shares. Those are what get it out into the algorithm. So remember, never do it for the channel. Please always do it for the murdered and the missing, and do it for Jack and Lily today, please. Long time no speak. Hi, Bax UK. Just popped in to say that you are doing a wonderful job covering this case. Hope Lily and Jack are found soon. Absolutely. I will listen in. Thumbs up. Thanks, Bax. Juju. I'm from, yes, Australia. Okay. I thought so. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's that, but I hate forgetting sometimes. It's like, in my head, I get mixed up with the whole Aussie. Even though, I love the Aussie accent. Don't get me wrong. Don't tell my husband that I like the Aussie accent more than the British. Nikki, how are you? Tina, Katrina Collier. That almost rolls off the tongue. Say that 10 times fast. I'm new here. The last time I was here was for Nicola Bully. You got it. Nicola Bully and her two children. Please, God, they're found soon. Absolutely. Thanks so much for that. Nicola Bully was a mother in the United Kingdom. Mysterious disappearance there. And basically left behind Paul, her husband, and her two beautiful daughters. And I think the dog's name was Willow, if I'm not mistaken, on there. Faye, thank you so much for the super sticker. Beautiful avatar there, or your picture in there. Thank you so much for the love and support. Appreciate it, you guys. Again, never expected, but very much appreciated. And yeah, let's see how. Hey, Sharon Parker. Okay. And again, you guys, just with this live, right? Just remember to keep it nice. We're adults. We can talk with each other. We can have our own opinions, right? But just don't be rude and disrespectful, okay? Because I'll be the first one to sit there and boot you out the door, because at the end of the day, we don't need nastiness. We need love and support, for the children and for this case. So just always try to remember that you might never agree with somebody, but no need to belittle anybody else just because your opinion's different. I'm always seem to fight that all the time, sometimes when it comes to the channel. Most times I just brush it off, but there's sometimes I get feisty and be like, no, 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 no. But anyways, okay. So Annabella, how are you? Just gonna quickly, Crystal, Donna, Ozzy. Sorry, now that I'm scrolling this much, I don't want to miss people. Hi, Lenny. How are you? And good day, mate. Good day, mate. Say that one, Krista. Good day, mate.
Good day, mate.
You said it way better than I did. Way better. You actually almost sounded official.
Maybe
right?
I'm closer to Australia than you right now.
What'd you say? What'd
Maybe
you
I'm
say?
closer.
Oh,
To...
this is true. This is true. This is true. Hi, Anne Gay. How are you? When Malaya was explaining to the media the disappearance of the children, she stated, and they were outside Gap playing. How did she know the kids were outside? Well, that's just it. I totally believe, and we'll get into this. We'll talk about all this stuff. Okay, so we're at the bottom now. So, Krista, let's get into Jack and Lily. And I want to hear whatever it is that you actually want to do first, talk about first, whatever. Just go ahead and Jesus take the wheel.
Well, I'll say that this not that there are not other creators that are putting out really good content, but I found so many are putting out such bad content, like fundamentally bad, essentially bad content. You're stating things, and I think, and I hate to say it, but I believe it's jealousy. because some of the contacts that you've been able to get in touch with, just through, sleuthing or whatever it is you do, it's legitimate. And maybe it's because a lot of these content creators are American and not realizing it's easier for us to find Canadian information than it might be for them. So I think that's sometimes where it is. But the information, and I've seen a couple today that were just awful, and completely discrediting stuff that's already been proven. So,
Yeah.
and I'm like, okay, you cannot beat a dead horse. It's already been proven that that's so and so or that's so. But they're going they're lying, and they must be trolls from the family saying this stuff, and it's silly, it's ridiculous, and so I do appreciate Criming Shame, because and the name has been butchered so many times,
I
where
know.
they want to yell and scream and reach out and grab them and correct, but
I know.
it's factual information. And I've also seen where maybe there was a mistake made where you've corrected yourself and come forward and said, hey, I gave wrong information. This is the correct information. This is my source. End of story. That information, and especially about Cody Lee Sullivan,
Yeah.
is really risky business for these content creators to keep pushing that. Because if
Mm-hmm.
Cody Lee Sullivan wants to, the real Cody Lee Sullivan, defamation of character, his name being dragged around, or the real Cody Sullivan being
Mm-hmm.
told that he's a criminal and that that could be affecting his life. And it's not, it might be hard for people to understand, but it's not unheard of for a man to step out of his children's life. Whether you feel it's right or wrong,
Yeah.
it does happen.
Oh
I've
yeah.
seen it in friendships, right? That's life.
My
So
dad
to
did it.
pass judgment isn't fair. I mean, women make those decisions all the time, and we are in a battle on that.
Plenty of women do it as well. And but so I just want to add, just say to that, okay, so because I've been in true crime for 5 years, what you're saying there, it is a normal thing that happens in true crime. I know it. When I first started, I was really offended by all the backstabbing and all the cruel things that people were saying. And for the most part, I actually got over it once I realized, wait a second, is my goal to argue with people, or is it because for the other reason, right? So very little do I really say much when I'm talking about channels too much anymore, because okay, I'm not gonna lie, um the only one that actually has pissed me off the most, and I don't even want to say, well, no, I'll say pissed me off the most, was Deception Detectives, one where he called us, basically calling us a hoax and a bunch of lies, and he felt like he deserved some information. And I think it was the arrogance of him, on top of the fact, like, get your own work. Like, you can use my stuff. You can even email me. But again, but that one was just totally blatantly lying. He was totally blatantly lying. That
Yes.
wasn't a case of, like, you know what, these messages are out there, I think that they're a hoax. This was basically payback, because he felt like he had this right to deserve this open Facebook Messenger thing, as if he be for his own show, you know?
Hmm.
And all he had to do was honestly ask. Charmaine, like I said, we already explained that first live. It was just a very quick thing that Charmaine, and she's not used to doing that stuff, right? So we apologize for that.
Hmm.
And then we put it out in the proper text form it was. But in saying that, Krista, honestly, all that stuff that you're saying goes with the territory, sadly, of
Yeah.
being in true crime. And that's what I've tried to let Belinda know in all of this. Like, look, things are done for a reason. Please
Hmm.
just trust me. Please trust me on this, because I know what things need to get done to create awareness for this case and to keep it in the public eye. So that's why we like the drama people, like the drama channels as well, and whatever, because even if it's misinformation, bottom line is, chances of us solving the case ourselves is not going to happen. We can bring you as much information as possible, which this channel has done with the blessings of Belinda, and well, Daniel as well, right? So It's
Mhm.
only for that reason. When you're intent to do something, is from the bottom of your heart that you literally just want to share this information because you want those true people that care about the case, that are the deep divers that dig into it, not all like whatever other channels do, like analysis and all that stuff, whatever. I'm talking about the people that are truly invested in this case, that want to have knowledge of more of what happened that day. So unselfishly, and unselfishly of Belinda, she was willing to let that information be put out there originally. And
Mhm.
so unselfishly, I want to give it to the public, to give them more information to that day, because people are searching for answers and then they just turn around. It's not all you guys, okay, but a lot of people, and then they start trashing you, right? So it's like a no-win situation, but I get that, because the people that are here for the right purposes, they'll understand the information, and they might side-eye it for a bit, but anyone that knows the channel, knows us, knows that we don't play these games. We don't sit there and manipulate, lie, deceive, anything like that, right? So it really just boils down to, no matter what happens out there in the YouTube land of cases, true crime cases, that there's always going to be those people, those channels out there, no matter what. Right. And then people can decide, do they like the drama, the lies, whatever, or do they like to come to a channel that's truthful and giving facts because they're more interested in facts than bullshit. Right. So I know that stuff is out there. And
It's somewhat like the telephone game when you were a kid, where
yeah,
the message got distorted down the line till it was a complete mess at the end. And I find that with a lot, lot of them, you go to it and you see the start and where it evolves to, and you're going, no, that's not what she said. No, that's not. So that too, the distortion of information. Um, so where it originates here, it gets bastardized along the way
yeah.
when it gets to some of these other creators, and they're kind of messing it up.
Well,
Which
I was going to say, I've always been very unselfish and not feeling the need to put my name across things for the
yeah,
channel. But you know what? That's going to stop. That's
you
going to
should,
stop.
you should.
Yeah.
Wonder
Because
does it, and I really respect her.
and right, exactly. It's gonna stop now, because
Yeah,
and about butchering the name, oh my goodness. I'm like, you guys, the expression is a crying shame. How do you
yeah,
not remember it's a criming shame? We're in
yeah.
the true crime community. But anyways, so that always makes me laugh when it's like they struggle, and I'm like, that's such an expression on there. But anyways, we're gonna get off that stuff. Well, at the end of the day, it is. I'm just trying to say to you guys, it is what it is. I know this. And for a lot of people that don't follow true crime, and maybe this incident in Pictou has, been a eye opening in the true crime world, you know, you this is expected. Okay, there's always going to be wars between creators and stuff going on. You know, I just like to kind of drive down my own lane there. And that's why I really don't bring on creators and that too much. I'm just not into kissing butt to anybody, and I only appreciate the people that I might come across, or that are within my own circle, that I already know are just decent people. And it's kind of, I don't like to get into the drama world of, this channel that gets mad at you because you're talking to this channel. I'm just not into that. I'm here for one purpose, and that's for the missing and the murdered, and to see the It's a Crime and Shame family, because they truly are a family unit. And as it grows, then other people grow with it as well. Some people leave along the way, and then other people come in and become, fans of the channel in a sense, or just, someone like Ben Armand just falls in love with me instantly. I tell my husband, but he's okay with that. He just says he can have you. I always tease Ben. Ben's with Ben, he never wanted to be a mod. Like, he would drop me these links, and I'm like, Ben. And this one day, I'm just like, I gave him a wrench to drop a link, and then I made him keep it. It's always a running joke between us on that one. But anyways, okay. So as for anyone coming in, no, there's absolutely, just to start off with, okay. Don't want to bore you, but there's no updates on Lily and Jack. There's no new information behind the scenes, and there's no news coming out besides the RCMP doing their typical blah 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 blah. We're using every resources and stuff like that. Okay, So, hi, Dogs Karma. All right, how are you guys doing? Okay, so let's get into it. What do you want to talk about first with Jack and Lily?
I don't know. You were going to show that video, I think, that
Yeah,
I had concerns about her.
you can do that first. Yeah. So, for people that don't know, yes, Malaya has a YouTube channel from years ago, 10 years ago, as a matter of fact. She would have been 16 years old because she said that in one of her videos. So, when I was showing this yesterday, Krista, with this one video, wanted to talk about it. Again, if you're a deep empath or you're, I think you said that you're empathic with animals, especially. Yeah. So, we'll share that. And so this is the one that she was talking about here. So do you just want me to play it first and then you'll talk about it?
Yeah, right up until the point after she's discussing her animals, I believe it is.
So that,
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to make it a little faster because
Since
she
I'm
does
getting
talk
into
kind of
this
slow.
YouTube thing, I just thought it'd be more appropriate to
Yeah,
know
I'll
about
put the
me.
captions on.
So yeah, so things that you should know about me is that I'm tattoo addicted. I love tattoos, and I don't plan on having too many tattoos, but I just want quite a few. I have quite a few animals. I don't know the number at the moment, but I will tell you their names and what kind of animal they are. A horse. It's a Percheron horse, and her name is Raven. I used to have another horse, and he was an Appaloosa, but he had to get put down. His name was Dandy. Now I plan on getting a tattoo that resembles him. Also, I have, can't think right now. I have a golden retriever dog named Vi. He looks like a monk right now because we had to shave his head because he got hot spots, and if you want to know what hot spots is, look it up on the internet. I have a little Shih Tzu named Gabriella. She's something else. This cat named Mittens. He's got no tail and he's just Mittens. 2 beta fish. One's name is Neo and the other one's Bubbles. And that's basically all the animals I have, but I really want more, and I'm like really sweaty right now because it's just so hot. It's a hot day. Horseback ride, but I had to quit because my back problems would not go away. Raven, when I first rode her when she was green, I got bucked off, and forever now I have back problems. Also, I like dream catchers, and like my favorite animal is wolves. I love animals, all kinds, but my most favorite animal is a wolf. And if I could get a husky dog, they resemble wolves, I would. But I'm only 16, can't happen. So I like hair extensions. I'm actually wearing them right now. They're like this blue color. I don't know what color this blue would be, like cobalt blue. Yeah. And I like Wiccan stuff, like that sorcery weirdness stuff. It's not weird, it's actually really cool. Like, I don't know, I really like it. And like, I like fantasy novels. Like, I'm reading Alison Noel's Soul Seeker novels right now. I'm just at her last Soul Seeker book, Horizon, and I plan on getting more. And to dance when I'm really hyper, I can get really, really hyper, and I'm just like, woo. And there would probably be a video, at least me being hyper. I don't know. It happens. It happens. And I'm really shaky with my hand because I don't have a tripod or anything. My last thing about me, I'm a Canadian. Yeah. I have about me for now. I guess maybe in future videos you could like maybe see more of my personality. I'm not really normally this boring, but I'm kind of, my arms are really tired and I'm just boring right now.
Is that the proper one? Was that the one?
Yes, that was the one.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. No, just the things that I noticed about that that we didn't. I mean, like I said to you, she's like 16. She said in it.
Yeah.
So 16. I mean that's a decade ago. So, but her lack of, she said, she just breezed over the fact that she had to put her horse down, and that her eyes were very bright and like no emotions. So that could go either way. Either she has lack of empathy or emotion or compassion. And that's what we saw on the video, is just a lack of the video that we saw after the kids went missing. But it's very cold how she speaks. I don't know. She doesn't come off as someone that's, very, but then again, you've got Belinda saying she was the mother of the year. So, and you kind of need empathy and compassion to be a good mom like that. So I don't know. It's also her, like the back problems, another thing triggered, has she been on medication for that? Has it been continuing? Has she been on prescription medication? Did that get the better of her? Is that why they were sleeping so heavily? These things kind of trigger my thoughts that I didn't have before in just that one little snippet of her pathetic interview after her children went missing.
Again, when I feel triggered by something, so let's say you told me something 5 years ago, and I remembered what you said, and then you switched it up to today, and you said something different. Instantly, my head goes to red alert because I know that you said something different to me. And exactly, it's like my brain just goes back to that moment because whenever somebody lies to me, I always remember back to the truth of what they said, and then changed it up, right? So I've always had this ability myself to just call bullshit when I see it. I've always been able to really see through people through a glass. Like, I don't want to say 100%, but usually it just sticks out like a sore thumb, like little Jack Warner sat in the corner type of thing. And, but I've always just been very intuitive to people's auras around them in a sense. And I don't want to sit here and claim like I'm some sort of spellcaster. Maybe Malaya there is all this spell casting stuff that's coming out about. And then she says she's into Wiccan and stuff. But
that's another thing. That's another thing that kind of triggered.
And
because,
so, yeah.
I kind of take some of the card reading and the seers in jest. Some of them, I like yourself, I find them, some of them are pretty out there, and that's their craft. I don't knock them for that, but I don't resonate. It doesn't resonate with me. But there are some that do, and there have been a couple that have said, and a lot of people would think, "Ooh, whack job." That is there some sort of dark art to this? Is there some element of, spirituality, dark spirituality?
Mm-hmm.
And when she said that, I went, okay, right. My head went right to these, and not just one, several, that have pulled cards on that kind of thing, Wicca, and paganism and things like that. So I don't know. They're little things, but they're things that any investigator is going to rip apart every part of this. So it's not just, crazy minds. If you're an investigator, that's exactly what you're doing in these roundtables, is speculating. They sit there in rooms, police officers and investigators, and just throw ideas out there. And that's what they do when they're stuck in a corner.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes someone's idea sticks, and someone goes, "Hey, wait a minute, click. Something just clicked. Do you remember this or this or this?" And all of a sudden the ball starts rolling. So, I mean, speculation is great as long as it's not taken, as the hardcore fact and evidence.
Right. Absolutely. Especially there's fact, and everything we do is put out the facts when it comes to the fact side of things, like those messages, any information that comes. Again, the horse's mouth, the family and horse's mouth, those to me are fact. It doesn't matter if they're telling the truth or not. They've said them. That means that they're committed to those words because they're fact. Same thing with Ellie and RCMP, right? Whether or not they're feeding us a line of BS, bottom line is it's still fact. It's coming from either the RCMP, or the crimes, major crimes unit there, or from the family members. Okay. Anything beyond that without receipts is not fact. So unless a family member has said something on Facebook, regardless, still, it's the most baseline that you can have to look at. Other than that, like the pink boot underneath the couch, who came up with that one? I have heard of it. Don't get me wrong, but you've never heard us ever put that out there. Why? There's no receipts for that. There's no receipts for that. So that's the whole point of it. If somebody is not showing you any receipts to back up their work, then don't believe in it. Think about it as speculation. Add it to the junk pile, because it's simply that. It's junk up until it's fact in a sense, or it's something that you might think about. But honestly, again, if there's no receipts out there to prove any of that stuff, then it's not fact. Fact is coming out of Daniel's mouth, Malaya's mouth, Belinda's mouth, Daphne's mouth, Logan's mouth, anyone that's considered family and wants to put themselves out there to social media, they're bound to those words because they put it out there. And if they don't think for 1 second that the police and that don't sit there and go over these lives and see what they're saying, absolutely they do. Okay. Because they want to see what the family's saying. Trust me, they're not only are they searching for these kids like hell and high water to try to find these kids out there, because they are. We know darn well that these people, that these RCMP and the crimes unit are working their butts off to find out what happened to Jacqueline and Lily. And they might be close, they might be far, we don't know, but guaranteed you that at this point, like they're on it like flies to shit, to be honest.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah. And so right now, and so this is what happens, okay? So always what happens in cases, in case some people aren't aware. So whenever there's a lull in a case, because people keep wanting information, right? Up until they hear the final result, in a sense, right? About what happened to Jack and Lily, right? And then the story goes into the past. It's always the way, typically. But people want information. And when there's a lull and not enough information, then they start attacking the RCMP, that they're not doing their jobs and they're not doing this. I find that an insult myself, to be honest with you, because this case is nowhere near being cold or long and stuff like that at this point. There is going to come a time like Sebastian's case where you might have a few people or one person that's really working on the case still, if there's any leads, but we're not at that point yet with this case at all. And so, yeah, so know damn well that they are working their butts off to try to bring answers to what happened to Jack and Lily. And I believe that it will come out. I don't see this as a Summer Wells case. I do see it similarities to it, but I don't see it. I think Summer Wells case is like way worse in the sense of their living conditions, and their mom and dad. I swear together they have an IQ of 1, both together on those two people. But anyways, I don't see it being this long, drawn out thing like Summer Wells. There's something happened there, and we don't like. Honestly, that case got so absurd very fast. I made a little tribute video for Summer Wells, followed it, but it was the true crimers, the people in the chats and the people that are attacking Facebooks, and they're attacking a 16-year-old's Facebook. And it was so disgusting. I just didn't want to follow it anymore, meaning I keep up to date with it here and there on things, but not really, because it's one of those things, it's been a few years now, good few years. God, time goes by so fast. But anyways, the way that the public handled that case right away was absolutely disgusting. They were instantly calling, before they knew anything about the case, they were instantly calling Dawn Wells a murderer. You want to get your ass handed to you by a slander lawsuit, keep talking like that stuff, and you will, especially in Canada more so, you will. So you don't accuse anybody. You always say, in my opinion, allegedly, that's speculation. Then outright telling someone that they murdered these kids or something like that. So be mindful of that, because you honestly, especially in Canada, you don't want to have that shit coming at you. Slander is hard to prove, but Canada, to me, is a harsher on that stuff than they are in the United States. And again, you just don't want to be doing that. I learned my lesson in a sense because I was doing that in Delphi. Everybody else was doing it. And I didn't think it was my first time in true crime, really. And it's just a learning lesson. So just always when you're speaking, just say, I feel like Malaya had something to do with it. I feel like Daniel had something to do with it, you know, in my opinion, right? Never just outright accuse somebody. And please don't go to people's Facebooks and start
Yeah.
telling them to go end their lives and stuff like that. Imagine if someone did that to your own child, or to you. You like that's so disgusting. So just never do stuff like that, guys. Hey, oh, there's Charmaine. Hey, okay. So, as for Malay here, like I said, you feel like a lack of emotions. We definitely see lack of emotions in her interview. Maybe she is a sociopath by chance. Maybe she isn't. Don't know. We do know that Belinda did say that when Malaya was with her son, that it was like a gift to be a good mother type of thing, right? And then after having Meadow, then Daniel had told Belinda that and Daniel has said it himself about that postpartum, right? That Malaya, ever since uh, Meadow was born, Jack and Lily got pushed to the back burner, and we don't know. I don't know personally what postpartum depression after having a child is because I didn't go through that with my child. But for anyone that does go through it, trust me, this isn't a pretty place to be. A lot of mothers get disconnected from their children because of this postpartum, because it is like a, what do you want to call it? Like a, not mechanical. What's the word I'm looking for? Starts with M. Oh my God, it's on the tip of my tongue. When their brain cells don't kind of chemical imbalance type of thing, right? A lot, just like when women go through their menopause and different things, right? It's a lot of chemical, sometimes imbalance that happens to females. So all these men out there that have no clue, like I said, may a freaking 1,000 camels, like seriously, jump on top of you and help you and something like that, because men have no clue what at all. Don't even, no man should ever talk about what a woman goes through. You guys don't have that right. Just like we don't have to have the right to tell you what you're going through. You have no idea unless you've lived in our bodies, and we don't live in yours. So, there's just, and honestly, what women go through is a whole new world that a man could ever understand, because we go through it all. Monthlies, menopause, you know, all these different, like I said, depressions after having it. You spit a watermelon, out of your little, doohickey there, and then see how it feels giving birth to something that's this wide and it comes out like yay wide. This beautiful gift of children, right? And I hate to be explicit there a little bit, but you guys get it, okay? I just, for men to ever bash a woman on stuff that they don't know nothing about, unless they have a wife that has gone through something themselves and can relate to it. So in this case, we don't know. Like, so Belinda had said that she was on, prescriptions at the time, but couldn't say anything because she hadn't seen obviously the children in 2 years, right? But she can only talk about the time that Malaya was with Cody. And so who knows how much her life has changed, because Belinda was shocked to see the home sent to her by I think a family, a person to her, is the first time she even knew where where they even lived, you know. So in saying that, so yeah, she said she was on prescriptions and stuff like that. I'd have to go back and look to see exactly what it was like, whether it was depression or something like that. Anyway, go on with your bad self. Go ahead, Krista.
Oh,
Like just
no.
meaning whatever else you want to say.
Well, with your thing about you know, saying things that are wrong, the Ellers, Dylan Ehlers family, they were able to successfully sue for defamation. So you got to be really careful, if you're accusing and pointing
Yeah,
directly at somebody, because and if she really is getting threats and such, that could be reversed and sent back at her. Sent back at whoever's harassing her, because
yeah,
Canada has very strong harassment,
yeah.
laws.
Mm-hmm.
So, but with that said, when you go silent and the world is wondering where these two babies are. And, you know, that you can say it's none of your business. Well, it kind of is. These are children. And the world wants to know, justly so, what happened to these babies. You can't just push it under the rug. They just vanish, and we, you know, just forget about it. It's nothing. You shouldn't be talking to me, or I shouldn't be held accountable. No, 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 no. The world wants to know. And I think the RCMP knows that. And that's why they're not, you know, damning the public for being so somewhat aggressive about this, because these are two children. Not, one is bad. Two. This is insane. You know, in my mind. And I just can't wrap my head around it. I mean, I'll put my own 2 cents about if this happened to me, and it did happen to me when my oldest was 4 years old, almost 5. He went missing for 2 hours. I was insane. They asked me to stay, and they asked you to stay at the location in case the child comes back. They could not keep me there. I kept running off. They, you know, they would say, you have to stay if they come. I wanted to know. I'm knocking on doors. I am completely hysterical, usually very composed. I was hysterical that day. They couldn't console me for 2 straight hours. And I can't imagine it would have gotten better if they hadn't found him. Like, it doesn't go away. It's a pounding aggression of where's my blood, my bones, my heart, everything. You carry those children. So that's where my head's at. And yes, people, you know, handle things differently, but she was either extremely drugged, or like in a drugged state, or maybe maybe she's on medication again. Maybe there's that. You've got to think of every possibility.
You know, I don't make up bullshit for anybody. And in this case with Malaya, you know, a mother does not abandon her children regardless. It doesn't matter if she left that property, your ass is back looking in those woods, because these are your children. These are your children. So why is it that Daniel's out there? Like, I'm just saying though, why is it that Daniel keeps searching for your children? Because, you know, so everything that, again, a mother would do, she's not doing. And to me, I'm just going to speak from my heart on this one. I find that absolutely despicable and disgusting. Thank you, Katie Proudfoot. If you ever see this, you're disgusting as well. Why do I say that? Because this is your child. These are your children that you had, and you could have given your child over to Janie, over to Logan, whoever.
Right.
Like, how do you literally abandon your children unless you know that you're guilty of something? To me, like, meaning I'm talking about everything that runs up to it. But if we look at everything from the interview to her, this odd, weird thing with her mother that she can't stand, that she goes off with, and then she abandons her children and no post, doesn't use her Facebook. Okay. This is not normal, people. We know this. Okay. I don't care what anyone says. You tell me as a mother that that's how you would act. Okay. Then I might change my mind if at least about 1,000 of you said that.
Because and that's why the police know that they were not abducted. The police knew.
Right.
Because of how she was, because they would still be telling her, go on media, plead to the kidnappers. She's still not doing that. If they truly were kidnapped, she would be out there. Like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the RCMP knows that they were not kidnapped outside of that family. Stranger, I mean.
Yeah.
Because they would be pleading. The whole family would be pleading.
You know, that's the thing. Do you guys see any other family members posting? Like, there's a couple of them, don't get me wrong, because there's a few people on the family side that do post about Lily and Jack. Bless your hearts, from the Brooke side that I've seen and stuff like that, where you guys are posting about Lily and Jack. But this immediate family, like, in a lot of ways, right? So if Malaya, right, she was attacked already by social media. This is a given thing. Okay, you guys, doesn't matter what case it is, this is going to happen. It sucks, but you could be as guilty as hell and be innocent by the same moment, and it doesn't matter. You will get attacked by both ends of it. type of thing. But she took down her Facebook, right? She still is attached to Daniel on Facebook, right? When she brought it back up, like they can message each other unless she's under mother's control, right? The evil, wicked stepmother, But anyways, or not stepmother, I guess it would be mother-in-law. So unless Malaya literally has no control over her own Facebook, regardless, and perhaps Cindy Murray, hypothetically, allegedly, is watching everything that's just going on, or they both are, right? But everything to me is like a big pile of camel dung shining like shit in the sky. That's going. There's too much weird stuff. Okay, this case is not normal. It really isn't.
No.
Sebastian's case is not normal. But when there's totally abnormalities to cases, this is one of them. This to me is clearly one where there's BS going on, and it's just a matter of probably the RCMP weeding through all the bull crap, and then hopefully finding out what happened to Jack and Lily. But again, right, I'm seeing this as not. This isn't to me some random stranger that sees them on this rural country road randomly. A lot of people thought maybe perhaps something to do with the bus driver and stuff like that. Because the brother is a PD, right, and stuff like that. I mean, it was an interesting line to go down. To be honest with you, fair enough, fair play, right? But if the brother's living in Alberta during the time that the children are missing, well, and that's from Daniel. So where do you go? Right? Okay. Thought about it. It doesn't make sense, obviously, if he's over in a different province. Okay, but we can't confirm that. Daniel had just told that, right? So once me and Charmaine were looking at it, Belinda gave the stuff over to the detective, because no matter what, you never want to not give information for the family if you feel like there's something that that they should know. They might already know it, but you never want to second guess yourself. So she sent it, and she had talked to the detective, and he said, basically, I can't tell you anything about the case, but just know we got this under control, And so, okay, but she did what was right? Just like I wanted her to send in all of Malaya's text notes. So it's not that they don't have them, like Charmaine said, from Malaya's phone. We don't know. We don't know about Malaya's phone, if they got a warrant for it, if she willingly handed it over. We don't know anything about that. Maybe she had a secondary phone. Here, take this. This is the one I use. Oh, but here's the real one here. Who knows? We don't, right? That's all information we won't know until this case comes to a resolve at some point, hopefully. So you're right. At the end of the day, it totally reeks of BS. In always, there's nothing about this case that I feel is a natural abduction, or that they went off into the woods. I gave them the benefit of the doubt to keep looking, and they came up with big Pocky Huck 0, and now it's kind of like, to me, they're not in the woods unless they got buried somewhere. But how can the dogs not be picking up the tracks or something? There should have been some footprints, a lot more footprints. I still think a family member came in and the children went out the front door, and this is a family involvement scenario that's going on. And I just feel like it's about waiting for answers. That's how I feel about it at this moment.
Well, that's just it. And I've thought about that too, is why were they so focused on the back door, saying that the kids went out the back door when there was a front door that they would have always gone out for school, always gone out probably when they went to get in the cars, so how did they know the back door? They seem pretty focused on the back door. Another thing they were kind of focused on was that they didn't ever cross the street, which, again, why are you stating that? Why is that important to state? Check everywhere. Why not, it just doesn't make sense.
That's one question I'm going to ask Belinda, because she was there 3 times. I'm going to ask her if the front door was mostly used or if they used the back door, because unless they had junk hidden in the front, but we saw them on video for coverage of the footage there going, like when Daniel and that were going in the front door, right? So we saw that. So it's not like there's any sofa block in that door, because
Exactly.
that's the door that they were using. Okay. But again, the thing that reeks about that whole thing there is that they both said about the door being silent. And like I said, there's a big portion of me, and it's not because you guys, I'm trying to be lopsided in my thinking. I'm totally not. I just have been looking at the information and I'm trying to understand what it was, right? And that's why Sloan Bella, it was like having all this information and thinking about all these different options, not quite to the extent of Sloan's on the, like, yes, the children being hidden for whatever purpose, but not to the extent of them being moved around, right? I just wanted to, after all the thinking that I had thought about, and then considering that me and Charmaine and you guys as well had this information to look at, we just have some more, a little bit more. Nothing that's, well, nothing that's groundbreaking. Let me put it this way. You guys got enough of the information that you can take it for what you see for the most part and, decide for yourselves. And that's what it is to me. There's two sides to me. Was Daniel actually aware of this? Because you have to think about it like, how would Malaya have gotten away with it without Daniel knowing? And how would Daniel by himself have gotten away with it without Malaya knowing? How would they both have gotten away with it, if they both knew, of course, and da-da-da-da-da. So you had to look at it in different ways. But when we had all these messages from Daniel, what Daniel said, what we knew, in a sense, for the most part, to the kids, that's when it almost even became clear that maybe perhaps that Daniel was like certain things, like Daniel kind of keeps putting in little truth bars, or what you deem as little truth bars, like saying that Malaya's time is not correct. Okay. So he's saying that the 10 o'clock time is not correct. Now, don't get me wrong here, because Malaya sends a text to Belinda saying it was 9:40, right? How do we even know that that's correct? Because in the newspapers, so if Daniel's saying that Malaya's time is not correct at 10 o'clock, but the newspapers are saying, well, RCMP said, but we don't have anything to show us at all. Besides in the articles, we got nothing to show us that call came in at 10 o'clock, right? So, okay. So if Malaya's off by 20 minutes, you're thinking, but then when I started to think about that today, I'm saying, hold on a second. If Daniel is saying that 10 o'clock is not accurate, or Malaya's time of 10 o'clock is not accurate, then that could easily mean that 9:40 isn't correct as well. And he wasn't willing to share too much of those details with Charmaine at all. Too bad, sucks. But whatever. It is what it is. You're trying to protect an investigation. But a lot of that information was out there. So then we saw that Malaya said that the kids were last heard in the room to Belinda at 8:30. But on the audio, we hear 8 o'clock. So when Daniel said, so I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, 10 o'clock was because it was said in the newspapers that RCMP said 10 o'clock the call came in. But yet Daniel said Malaya's time of 10 o'clock is wrong. So then I'm thinking, is 9:40 even an accurate time? Or was that just a bullshit time? So truly, we actually don't know if that's a genuine time of 10 o'clock if Daniel's saying that Malaya's time of 10 was wrong. And again, she could sit there and put out their perception to Belinda, it's 9:40, to make themselves look bad, maybe whatever. But I'm really curious now, because we all know that Daniel said that basically they were sleeping, and within 20 minutes, right, that he was looking for the kids. Now, for the most part, every time I keep going from one to the other, I do find that Daniel's information seems to be more credible. Like, again, it's kind of like if he's claiming he's a truthologist, and, and someone wouldn't be dumbass to sit there and say that they passed a poly basically on an interview. So either he's just a legit, liar 100%, but I don't think so. I really don't. We do have more information that you haven't seen. Okay, again, they are Daniel's words, but there are things that definitely would kind of put a spin twist to perhaps people's thoughts about Daniel. But anyways,
Can
so
I
now,
just say something to that, Sunny, quickly,
yeah,
if you don't mind?
go ahead.
You're familiar with the Jen Soto case.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So now, not saying that Daniel's lying, but could he be wrong about seeing Lily? Because Jen Soto thought she saw her daughter as well. But then she was telling the police, well, you know how you go through the days and you think it's like every other morning, you kind of go through autopilot.
Mm-hmm.
Could he have thought he saw Lily from the day before because he was kind of groggy still? And I'm just, the time. Okay, so she woke up 6 o'clock, phones the school, says not going to be here, not going to be at school. They're sick.
Uses Daniel's phone.
So this is sick. Yeah, this is Daniel's story. So
no, Daniel's phone.
Daniel called on his phone. She called on Daniel's phone.
Yes.
Because hers doesn't have service and his does?
Don't ask me.
Okay. So she uses Daniel's phone, calls the school, 6:17, I think is the story.
6:17 on Thursday, 6:18 on Friday.
Okay, 6:18. So she goes back to sleep. Obviously doesn't get the kids up, doesn't get them ready. They're in bed. 8 o'clock, so an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes later, they hear the kids. Both her and Daniel. Correct? Or just one of them hears the kids?
Okay, so in one article, or at least in one of the articles, it says that both Daniel and Malaya saw Lily come into the room, and that they heard. So Malaya's story, when she tells it, is that she heard the kids. Now, I want to make sure that everyone knows this. Please, articles get things wrong, okay? So the way Malaya tells it is that she heard the kids at 8:30, right? Whereas Daniel says he saw Lily come. Lily came in the room a couple of times and was told to quiet down so that baby Meadow could sleep. Did I answer your question?
It just doesn't make sense. Like
it's a lot.
It's not your average morning. It's very odd. Everything about it is just so bizarre.
Well, this is where I was kind of going with this one. I actually think that myself, okay, at this moment in time, anyways, I think that Malaya was up earlier in a sense. Something happened with these kids. Her actions to me have shown that. I don't think that this is about, I don't really feel like this is about Daniel being this abusive.
I think Daniel's covering for her, to tell you the truth.
Well, see, it's what I think here, Kristen. You can say your thoughts, but what I was going to say was, I feel like Daniel is basically telling Malaya's truth because he probably doesn't actually know, and that, so I feel like it's almost like her story, right, and he's just believed it, and so hence why they must have had a conversation, because and so like this isn't to say that Daniel literally knew about everything. I think he's aware of certain things, but I think Malaya was manipulative to him and said, like, yeah, we'll just say, you know what, just so we don't look bad or something like that. We'll just say that they went out the glass door because it doesn't make any noise. And, Daniel's probably out there with the can going, WD-40, guys, WD-40, in case they check, type of thing. But I just feel like it's her story that has kind of convinced him to be like, wait a second. And then it's kind of like this look of, well, wait a second. My mom just told me that you weren't even yelling the kid's name. Here I am running around, and you're just sitting there on your phone as if you're a deer in headlights that my mom seen you, and you saw her and that she was home. And then, but you're not even doing anything, that you're not showing emotions. You're not showing like, oh my God, this look of worry. And then she asked, according to Daniel, okay, but there is truth within all this, right? Mm-hmm. There is truth within all this. So then Malaya says, do you think I should call the police? And of course, on her interview, well, a mother's gut instinct just says,
now, she owned it.
Right. So So, and she might have just taken that and ran with it, like as if she, my gut instinct said, well, when did it say that? When you lacked emotions, when you were playing on your phone, or, when you weren't searching for your kids, and when you left the property and you didn't bother to search the woods at all, because that would be the natural thing that a mother would do. You would be so panicked, you would hand your kid over to the grandma, like my husband said when he was on, and you would start searching those woods so fast, because that's exactly what you would think, that they're in the proximity. You're not thinking, oh my God, they've been abducted already. Nuh-uh. You're thinking about the property first. Where are they hiding? Are they and you're going to be checking all those areas. And then you're going to go into the big panic mode and be like, oh my God, like we can't find him. Like call 911, call 911. Right? That's kind of more of the natural thing that should have happened, but that's not what Malaya displayed as far as we know at all. Right? And then she only compounds that with the fact that we know she left the property on the 3rd. So what's that all about? What's this? I see total deception from Malaya. And it might be under her mother's control, hypothetically, allegedly, whatever, but it might not be. And so to me, I really do feel like Daniel got played, and he's looking like this. It's what I feel like what Sloan said, which I felt before this anyway. Like, so what is Malaya doing? What did Daniel do that he can't see the kids? And this whole weird incident thing happens. And I can understand if people look at it from a point of view that Daniel's this bad guy and Malaya, is protecting herself and the kids and all this stuff and all that. I've looked at it. I still call bullcrap. If I was going to say who's projecting the most amount of bull in this case, it certainly isn't Daniel. Because why? So Daniel's the one searching. He's the one that's going to the news. He's willing to take a lie detector test. He's putting himself out there. Do you honestly think he's that much of a liar that he's just getting past all of us on this stuff? Or is it the fact that his ass has been played and she projected this image of abandonment or abduction, I should say? She's the one pushing the narrative in all her messages. She's the one that's doing the odd things. She's the one that's taken off. So when I look at the whole picture, it's kind of like I look at both sides. Okay, why would Malaya have done this? Okay, was it because Daniel was this person? There's nothing in me at all, being myself, of naturally being intuitive, right, of reading people. She has my radar so badly. Daniel, me and Charmaine, and like many others that have what we call common sense thinking, was just like my husband when he watched it. He thought Daniel was being the most authentic, of the two of them, for sure. That's how most people have saw this. And I think that's because that's where the truth lied, is Daniel's being made out to be this bad guy in a sense because, oh, he ran through the woods and his throat got sore and he's yelling and he jumped into the water. When really, if somebody's a truthologist, people can look at it like it's an egotistical stance that he's taken, in a sense, like me. And I can understand that. But I still look at the whole big picture of it and go, okay, so if I look at Daniel's older pictures with his ex, Christy, he's holding kids all the time. He has a Pokemon channel, people. Okay, that says a lot. At no point when Daniel's giving interviews is he acting aggressive, and whatever. No, we see him lately. We saw him getting frustrated. And these are natural emotions, right? At first, you're just like, I'm out here trying to search and da-da-da. And then you start getting frustrated. Why? Because you think that there should be answers and there's nothing. And you could tell he was pissed when he said, so me and my family are the only ones out here searching. Like, where are you guys? So then you look at Malaya's side and go, hold on. Your family, your immediate family couldn't be asked to post shit about the kids. Don't give me any of this bull crap myself about, like, oh, maybe they're just protecting themselves and did it. No, bull crap, okay? These people, I'm sure, are not your little freaking silent kind of ones that just dwell in the corner. You can tell that the mother is probably a loudmouth type of personality. We've heard nothing but bad things about her, but we don't know her. But it's not these meek people, okay? So why aren't they, right? You think that the lawyer said, don't post anything about your children. Don't go help search for the children. Just make sure you stay here behind the fence wall and give all these bullshit reasons. No, that's everything that they're doing reminds me of same thing that happened in Suzanne Morphew's case when Barry Morphew's family never did anything for Suzanne, even his own their own daughters. But anyways, let alone that, Barry Morphew's family, they didn't post Suzanne's pictures. They didn't do nothing for Suzanne. That's exactly what this stuff reminds me of. That bullshit that if you're not really been into true crime for too long, you see this crap happen all the time. I am not the type of person to get played for a fool. And there's too many red flags with Malaya of what she's done and what she's not doing. And Daniel is really, right, just taking it at face value. He's doing everything that would be appropriate to someone that's missing. He might not come off like Dylan Eller's, father, but because I think of Daniel as more of a soft-spoken more person than anything, to be honest with you.
You have to also remember he's not their biological father. I mean, he loves them. Yes, don't get me wrong. He stated it. He's been the father. He's been there for them. They call him dad. But 3 years is not a long time. Granted, in the little kids' lives, it's a little longer. But there's no real blood connection. They're her kids, and he loves her. And I think even him telling everybody what he's doing, I don't think he's telling everybody. I think he's addressing her. I what I'm doing for you. Like, I'm running these woods. I love these kids. I'm out here. Like, I think he's hurt. I think he's a broken man right now going, what the heck? Whether he knows
one sec, Kelly.
Her story or and I don't believe, like, covering was the wrong term I used to you. I think I'm on the same page as you, where I believe that he knows the narrative she's put out.
And right. And so there's someone named Kelly Billard McNeil in here saying, I know Cindy and you guys are way off. Well, and that's fair enough. We do not know Cindy, only by Daniel's words out there and by other people that have spoken about her. Okay. But I also know this as well, Kelly, and no offense to you whatsoever. How many people have said somebody's husband is the greatest guy and then he takes his wife's life, stuff like that. So meaning as a person, you might see all this good side of her, but you're not her, but you might think that you know her. But we go through enough cases in a sense where someone could easily, that's happening in the Sebastian case too, right? Like it's when they're talking about Sebastian and then the stepdad and stuff like that. Right? A lot of people might say, I don't think anyone actually said that Christopher Proudfoot was a nice guy besides his own freaking mother and father. But meaning it's one of those things like, so a person walked up to JLR and said, you know what? I've known that family for like 20 years and I would have never have guessed that this stuff was happening behind closed doors. Right? So that's all I'm going to say. So we do not know. And this is all just speculation. But you know what? At the end of the day, Kelly, just like something happened to Lily and Jack. And the police don't believe it's an abduction, right? They can't be found out in the woods. Okay? Again, we're true crimers. We see a lot of this stuff go on all the time. And these are weird cases when that usually it's family involvement. Why? Because it usually is family involvement more times than it is not. It's usually someone that's known to the family or involvement. This is 2 kids. It's not even 1 kid. It's 2 kids, right? So I don't live in Pictou. We live in Western Canada over here. At least I do. And you're in Nova Scotia there, right, Krista?
I'm in New Brunswick.
Oh, sorry, New Brunswick. My bad.
It's only about a 3.5 hour, 3 hours and 40-minute drive to exactly where they're at, but because we're pretty close in provinces. But
yeah. Now, I don't want to attack Kelly at all, but again, if somebody's going to speak into the chat and then you want to say that Cindy and whatever, you have all the space to say why it is that we're wrong about this and whatever. But again, the truth is always in what happens. to the posting. So the paternal grandmother's out speaking, Daniel's out searching and looking, and and stuff like that. But we're not seeing anything at all. And I'm not into this game of, oh, they're just doing it because they were told to and stuff like that. No, we're talking, Kelly. If you have children, you know damn well that as a mother, you would be absolutely gut wrenched beyond repair, and you would hell or high water be looking for your children. You would be asking people to post, just please, please put my son's face out there, please, or whatever. You would be doing that, right? So they're not doing that at all. And everyone sees that, right? And we could be absolutely butt ass wrong. Chances are we're not. Chances are we're not, but we could be, right? The truth will come out. Not in my information, I know facts. Well, we know facts. Well, let me put it this way. You know facts, we know facts, right? So from probably the Cindy side of stuff like that. But something happened to those babies, right, Kelly? Something we know happened to those babies. The RCMP literally came out and basically said, you know what? The reason why we're not looking at an abduction really is why we didn't do an Amber Alert. I mean, the RCMP clearly stated if those kids were in the wood, they'd be dead. And they went even back there to retrace nothing, right? Nothing at all. So we have Daniel's facts. We have from Belinda. You might have from Malaya and others, family members there, right? So, fair enough. Fair enough. We don't know. Malaya only did one interview. And in all fairness, that interview, as being someone in true crime, was the worst interview I personally ever watched myself, where there were so many hiccups along like everything. There was no saying the children's name. Okay, Kelly, and I'm talking fact here. She didn't say the children's names. She didn't beg and plead. Instead, she just said, it was raining yesterday. I hope today, today's nice and sunny. So I hope that they're warm. Who says that? Who even says that? Nobody. Nobody in their right mind would say, well, it's sunny today, so I hope that they're warm. Oh, they've been abducted, but hey, they're in the woods being warm. But yet you're claiming abduction. So it's looking at everything. So facts from certain parts from your side. And obviously, unless you're speaking with Daniel himself and know his side of things, and stuff like that, then it's kind of one of those 50-50 things. So again, if anyone ever wants to talk, they can feel free, because again, cases, the way you keep them out, if they have no guilt whatsoever, right, and they did nothing wrong, trust me, you're going to be out there and you're going to be talking about these children, and you're going to be wanting. If someone just sits on their butt and waits for the RCMP, okay, they could be waiting a long time. But you know what? Social media is very important to cases. It's very important because we can spread information far and wide, and we got sleuths that can dig way faster than RCMP in a lot of situations, right? Because they don't have the manpower to do what hundreds of thousands of people that are smart, are wizards on the computer to gather information on family and stuff like that, right? So it's kind of like this thing, right? You need the internet to help. If it wasn't for the internet, nobody would really know about this case besides it hitting some TV news channel. If it wasn't for the true crime, yes, the news station put it out, but they're just a story, okay? To a news channel, they're just a story, These are somebody's children, babies, grandparents, all this stuff. What can you do? The information's out there that we know of. People are going to speculate. No, if there's not one case that nobody's not going to speculate, it's always going to happen because you want to talk about it. You want to bring awareness to the case. The only people that deserve anything is Jack and Lily. That's who deserves something first and foremost. Yeah. So if you do have more to say that, or somebody to talk to, that whoever wants to email the channel at crimeandshame@gmail.com and wants to speak their truth, absolutely, or go to the media, go to the news. But that's not happening. Don't give me this crap about hiding behind some lawyer that's probably to do more with something else. These are the children. These are children, right? You would fight to your heart's content till death for your own children. Any normal mother would do that.
I'm wondering if Kelly is the same person that called in to Dolly's show saying that he worked with her.
Oh, it could be. Kelly, are you that person? And it's okay if you are. A lot of people have called from Nova Scotia to Dolly Vision's channel. You know?
Yeah, because someone called in and said that they used to work, not now, but they used to work with Cindy, and she was a really nice, wonderful lady. And I'm sure she was.
Could
But
right. Go ahead. Well, let me just say this to Kelly. Kelly, are you an actual close family member of the family, or are you more of an acquaintance or worked with or whatever it is? You don't have to say what part of the family you're from, but are you genuinely family within the whole aunt and uncle, that type of family? Not the distant off cousin that's 5 removed and stuff. Just are you a family member? Just asking. Just trying to be fair. Like I said, we always actually try to be fair about things. But then if nobody speaking, we just speak the information we have. If it smells like shit, then typically it is. So there's lying definitely going on in this case. I can tell you that much.
I agree with you, Valerie.
What'd Valerie say? What did Valerie say?
She said the RCMP are doing an excellent job. I think they are.
I think they are too. And the truth will come out regardless. The truth will come out. Bring darkness to light. It will come out in this case. I feel it. I absolutely feel it. Because the only concern here, besides speculation, it's Jack and Lily, right? If Malaya's side had nothing to do with anything of it, again, then who's the most important thing here? Jack and Lily. So I just find it pathetic myself that true crimers cover the case more than an actual family members, in a sense, because, like I said, Daniel's not being too quiet at all. Belinda's not being quiet. So that always says a lot, because we follow true crime. We're in true crime, right? So even if I've only covered, say, 15 cases on this channel, I probably watched about 100 of them, if not more. We just don't cover them all. So it's just kind of one of those things. But I'm just curious, what part, are you family, friend? Cindy is doing what a good mom would do.
Also, with I've heard allegations or speculation, sorry, on the SA stuff with Daniel. If there was concrete evidence to back that up, he would already be arrested. That is a felony. He would already be arrested. There's no way they would sit on that one. I can't imagine he'd be sitting there regardless if they had something to back that up. Because then they'd have him and they'd be able to interrogate him. As long as he's in their custody, they can then talk to him. So if they have something, there's something else going on with that, why he can't. And I'm not 100% that he can't see his children with Crystal Lee. Has that been confirmed that he cannot see his 2 children from Christy Lee?
Well, apparently that was on her Facebook. She had posted it, and I do recall that.
Okay, that's fair.
But I mean, I would really like to have that actual post myself. I remember it, and I think it was shown on Shania Speaks channel, I think, or something like that. Kent told me. Kent lives in Pictou County there. And absolutely, Kelly, I mean, just like you can have your feelings about it, and if we're way off, we're way off. But the thing is that regardless, Jack and Lily need answers. This isn't a natural, just a disappearance. Do you think it is, Kelly? Well, actually, Kelly, let me ask you that too. What do you think happened to Jack and Lily? If you were just to guess, what would you think happened to Jack and Lily? in your honest opinion? Okay, so you're a friend. I take that as being a friend, and that's fair enough, right? I get it. I get it. I like to look at both sides of the sticks, but unfortunately, the only thing that we have from Malaya's side is Malaya's first interview, which is not good, and I think everyone knows that. And Daniel's words, and they could be true, and they could be a bunch of hogwash, right? Could be, but again, when people aren't searching for their own children, it usually says a lot, because the public expects that they should. Now, doesn't mean that the family has to, because at the end of the day, it's going to be in the hands of the RCMP. But again, if my child's missing myself, and I got two children at this point missing, if my child's missing, you're not going to shut me up. You're not going to keep me down. You're not going to shut me up at all. Because why? Because these are my children, my flesh and blood that I gave. I'm not going to be leaving the property the next day. We don't know exactly what happened there. We know through Logan that there was an argument. Again, all of that is fact, but yet it doesn't mean it's truthful. It just could be an easily one-sided story being told, and that's pretty much what's happening, because the only time that we've heard about Malaya is through the one interview, which did not put her in any good light at all. You know.
You have to remember, anything they're saying on social media, the police are going to be watching that as well, and on YouTube. So the family saying stuff, they've guaranteed being interviewed. Logan's been interviewed by the police, so she's going to have to be backing up what she's saying on here to what she's telling them, and Daniel as well. So yes, maybe they all got their stories straight and they're lying through their teeth. That's fair. I mean, it could happen. Yes, anything can happen. Malaya said it could happen. It could happen. Yes, everything can happen. But
so Kelly, now again, I can only go by. We can only go by. Me and Charmaine have more information about Cindy that we have not shared. So the stuff that we have seen or that was said to us, and whether it's true or not, I wouldn't deem her as an honorable person from the information we've seen. Again, we don't know Cindy, but there's probably. So let me put it this way. If Belinda's son was with Malaya, and Belinda's son had nothing especially nice to say about Cindy, and Daniel is saying the same thing about this. Now, we all know that Cody has not, said anything about anything online. Again, that's Belinda's son, and we're not going to besides me saying like that to you. So if here you have people that have been with Malaya that have dealt with Cindy, and both of them are saying not such pretty things in a sense, or you know what I mean? I don't think that equates to the honorable person probably that you might be seeing. And I get it. Right? If the person you see is this way and you've never seen any signs of anything different, but yet, like I said, so the closest people to Malaya would be the partners on there. So that's kind of one of those things, right? You have to look at it always. So I don't want to say that you're mistruthing or anything, because if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I've been in these woods. So has Belinda. Yeah. And so you've been in those woods. They've searched it and searched it and searched it, and nothing, burger, nothing at all. Right? Hi, Jonio. Hey, Hey, Frenchie. Anyways, I know you're not saying a lot, and you're probably having to hold your tongue somewhat on what you probably would like to say to the public. I get that, because you're going to get torn apart typically in most other channels. You literally will. So on that, so do appreciate any words that you have said, regardless. But for us, like I said, it's a side that we would like to see, or something to come forward. And if they want to hide and not say anything and whatever it is they're doing, because they're definitely hiding, right? They're not publicly using Facebook to support these children missing. There's some family members that are doing it, but come on. Again, I ask yourself, as a mother yourself, if you're a mother, you don't see it kind of odd that nobody's talking about posting Jack and Lily's missing posters? I mean, Daniel's not shutting up. RCMP never told him to shut up. In fact, they want the parents talking. Why? Because they want to see what the truth is. That's the whole purpose. So, yeah. I mean, bottom line is my gut intuition here is that, like I said, we're seeing one side of a story for sure, but it's left a really bad impression on Malaya for sure. But at the end of the day, we're not the judge and jury. The RCMP, when they find out the answers, will be the judge and jury of whatever happened to Lily and Jack. Do you have anything to say to Kelly by chance, or ask her if she wants to answer anything?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know. If my 2 children were missing, the first thing wouldn't be for me to run and lawyer up. They'd have to drag me kicking and screaming to a courthouse to question me. Like, I wouldn't be getting a lawyer. It wouldn't even come into my brain. So that too is baffling. So I don't know. I really hope it's just a mom coming to the rescue of her daughter, and maybe Cindy's just this wonderful mom that saw her daughter breaking. Maybe it's that Cindy said, "Hey, sweetheart, that's a bullshit story. You better come now. I need to get you a lawyer. You're messed." Maybe it's that. I mean, that's another mama's coming to the rescue. Shit. What are you talking about, girl? Your kids wandered away. What are you talking about? You better get your ass in the car right now, because you're going to jail if you don't.
And Charmaine, I think when Brenda said that, she was meaning, like, saying to Kelly, like, well, who is Cindy? She knows it's Malaya's mom. And then Charmaine goes, it's Malaya's mom. And I'm like, no, I think she was basically saying to Kelly, like, who is Cindy then? Like, anyways, regardless, right? The truth will be told. If the family from Malaya's side is going to hide, from the public and not post, they're going to get attacked. Okay. It's that's how true crime is. You're going to get attacked. You're going to get blamed. You're going to get this. I like to be a realist and look at the information that we do have and then try to make my speculation from there, knowing full well that I could be totally wrong or totally right. Right. It's just the information.
I like her statement. It's the one that's on the screen right now. Michelle DiNardo.
Did I have it out? Oh, this one.
In my opinion, it said.
Go ahead and read it.
In my opinion, what a shame the parents who do harm to their kids and don't talk like Chris and Katie get away with it. That's sad, and I really hope that's not the case here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same. Absolutely. On there. Yeah, again, Kelly, if you don't know of Sebastian Rogers' case, it's eerily somewhat similar in the sense of the stepdad, the biological mother, and Sebastian Rogers just magically disappeared. Now, did you ever answer, Kelly, just to ask you, what is your personal perception of what happened to Jack and Lily? Could you honestly give us an honest answer of what you feel happened? Out of the situations that have been put out there, what do you believe happened to Jack and Lily? Do you think that they're in the woods and they just haven't found them? Do you believe that they were abducted by a stranger?
Me?
No, that's to Kelly.
Okay.
Oh, you can say.
Definitely not in the forest. Definitely not in the woods.
Hmm.
There's no way.
Charmaine, I've been talking to Kelly for 5 minutes. Oh, your things that I hit, my voice went through. Charmaine, I've been talking to Kelly for 5 minutes before I saw this message. She behind on the live. I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I don't know. On there, you know, uh, again, there's no more information really out there at the moment to have. What are we going to do? We're definitely going to speculate. We do have that right to do that. You know, what I don't believe is fair is going to people's Facebooks and attacking people. And everything should be said in my opinion, you know, allegedly. But some people will out and out blame somebody, you know. We're just here to talk about the case, speculate, see what we see, call a spade when it's a spade. It's, you know, if it's walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's not a swan type of idea. And again, if they want to not say anything, they're going to have to take the heat regardless. That's just the way true crime works. Kate, does Charmaine not know that I'm like literally like that? I've been like Kelly's been talking for a bit. She not Charmaine? Thanks for the $5 though, just for you to say something. Say that. I love it when Charmaine uses her money on me. That's a good friend. She's a narcissist. I may not know that yet. Sunshine. Like maybe I'm way down. Am I missing stuff here? Let me scroll down. I gotta scroll. Maybe I miss bingo. Her mom knows. I know Sunshine. They never will. Uh, watch the certain creators and they believe every word. It's sad. And remember, you guys, if you're not putting your punctuation properly, Streamlabs says you're posting a link, even though you're not. So just be mindful of your periods and your when you use them, because it will think that you're posting a link. Love sick puppy. I mean, in all fairness, Kelly, you're probably in one of the fairest chat rooms. You know, but again, there's nothing to back. Like, we got messages, right? Malaya's messages to Belinda. We got those. We got Daniel's words. We know that. We got, right. It's what the news and what he's doing as well. So like I said, I'm not sure if she said it yet, but I have asked her. No, Streamlabs must know. I forgot to go look at Streamlabs. I probably need to shut it down and then turn it back off. I'm just trying to see if Kelly did answer what she thought about where the kids were. So I'm just kind of scrolling by. I'm not trying to ignore you guys. Let me put this on right here. So I just don't see it. Krista, be a good guest and go get me a glass of water. I'm hot. Come on now. Just trying to see. Okay, Kelly. She just said, "Good Lord." I'm not sure what she's referring to there. I mean, she's one reading chat. I can't possibly see everything people are saying. Not a chance. I don't know what
Good
she's
Lord.
referring to. Say that again.
She said, "Good Lord, Kelly."
Yeah, but then Kelly's saying not a chance. Not a chance. What?
But she wants to tell us her theory.
Not a chance. Everyone has one. 15 years of, yeah, but Kelly, so what I just said to you was someone that knew the Proudfoots for 15 or 20 years had said that until Sebastian's case came out in the open, they had no idea what was happening behind closed doors. So again, I get it. You're the friend that sees this person and could be, and you know, unless everybody's wrong that's spoken about her, you know, even though they're close family and Daniel and, you know, Cody have not say you know, they don't think of her like she's this, you know, beautiful queen. It's more like a nice queen in interpretation. Clear than that's being nice, saying those words, to be honest, just from what's being said. But at the end of the day, as a friend that probably doesn't see another side, just like the friend, right? So this is the thing, is that I have no stake in this game at all, right? I'm not close to anyone in the family besides Belinda speaking with me, but without knowing her, like you've known, say, Cindy for 15 years, right? So I get it. I go back to JLR, of them knowing the Proudfoots for 20 years, and they had no concept of what was going on behind closed doors. So, meaning, what you see and what could be happening could be totally two different things. Okay. I mean, it's just put it this, you don't know this perhaps, or you might think that no way, there's no way that Cindy's going to pull the wool over my eyes and anything like that. But again, that's no different than a marriage. Is that what you portray to the outside world? Think of the Chris Watts case, right? And she's portraying like they're a happy family, he all smiles and all posts of stuff like that. Or just think of regular marriages, right? I was never the type of person to go around ever telling people that I was being abused, right? So no, my mom, Kelly, my mom. So I was with Dion from 15 years old to 26 years old. He abused the shit out of me, and I took it. I stayed because I was in love, blah 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 blah, right? And I remember, like, freaking 20 years later, my mom was saying to me, I can't believe that Dion abused you. He just seems so nice, like, and it's because I never said anything, right? So how was anyone to know, that that stuff was going on? So just meaning, I get it if you're standing up for your friend. I get that, absolutely. I get that if even you're a little bit blinded by rose-colored glasses because of this friendship and a side that possibly is there, but I'm pretty sure that Daniel and Cody, have something that's probably right about Cindy's personality. And to you, she's this wonderful friend, but to them, it's not like she's this wonderful person. So it's kind of one of those things. You're seeing a different side of her. They probably see a different side of her. And I get that people say, well, there's no way. I've known her for this long. There's no way she would have done anything like this. Never say never, Kelly. Just never say never. And we'll leave it at that because, I mean, at the end of the day, you're just, anything that you are saying is geared towards Cindy, but there's no proof or facts to back any of it up besides your words, and stuff like that. We literally have people that Daniel and Belinda telling, about how, because I specifically asked her, what Cody felt about, Malaya's mom, right? And again, it wasn't like he was like pulling out the harps and thinking she was some sort of angel at all, you know. But Daniel has been outright adamant, that basically she doesn't want Malaya to be happy with Daniel. We don't know the story fully, okay? But that's going to get figured out by the RCMP. But you'll never stop true crime speculation. You're never going to stop that. And you can defend, your friend all you want to, but, you're probably going to get attacked in most channels, right? Unless you're in a channel kind of like Sebastian has, where you have that mostly blame Daniel, Malaya and Daniel together, or Malaya by herself more than Daniel and stuff like that. So unless you're in one of those rooms where they totally just blame Daniel, then you'll be fine. We just like I said, call it like we see it, talk about it and all that stuff. Anyways, unless you have more, nothing else more to say in a sense besides, and I'm not trying to be rude, but obviously saying that we don't know Cindy, but she's a good person and all that stuff. Like I said, we don't see anything that's showing that this family is doing anything to find Jack and Lily at all. And it's just weird when people do that stuff. It is. You could be the most innocent, guilty person. We saw it in the Delphi case. That had nothing to do with the murders of Libby and Abby, and he stayed quiet the entire time. But his parents spoke out. That's for sure. I wouldn't sleep. That's for sure. Okay, so going back to you guys. Well, so anyways, they don't owe any. You're right. That's what I said already, right? They don't owe anyone anything. But with that comes, it's going to happen regardless. Kelly, is that?
Wait, can I correct that? They owe their children something.
Absolutely.
Jack and Lily. Mm-hmm. Absolutely, they owe them something.
Yeah.
I mean, where are they? Are they, if they're not alive, at least give them the honor of burying them with honor, with love, with the community. And if they aren't, then look for them.
Right.
I don't understand.
Can't have your cake and eat it too on that one, to be honest
Like,
with
what the heck?
you.
You don't owe anyone anything. Yes, they do.
It's yeah, they do. You're right. They owe Jack and Lily everything because it's their children, their grandbabies. The grandmother, Belinda, highest praise because she doesn't care. She wants answers, right? So, right, they can act like they don't owe anyone anything, but you're right. They owe Jack and Lily. If
Yeah,
they
there
had,
you go. They owe Belinda. There you
Mhm.
go.
So, so that's very contradictory, actually. Truly, parents like they hiding behind closed doors. They can do that all day long. Um, Honestly, then the heat gets put on them the worst because that's what happens. It just is reality of what happens in true crime. Okay, but yeah, it's Jack and Lily, and I'm sorry when you have a platform to use and you want to bring your butt back up onto Facebook after you were hidden and add some friends to your Facebook and go from like 94 or whatever it is to 100, and you want to change all the pictures and take Daniel's off of there, and you want to put yourself back up on Facebook, then you're going to expect the attacks. But one of the things that you're going to do, because you're not going to care what anybody thinks, is you're going to sit there and plaster Jack and Lily's missing poster as much as you can, and so will the family, the people. So that's truth right there, right? So I get you have your own point of view on this, but we weren't born yesterday either, because we've been in true crime and we know shit and smell it when it happens, right? And so this is what we say. Daniel's out there speaking up. This isn't even the actual stepfather. So what, so is this a game that you feel like Daniel's playing about lie detectors and all this stuff, and that he's out there always in the media? So that's the joke of it. So I just, like I said, it might be your friend. I don't have any gain from this besides for Jack and Lily of this all, and just the truth. And this channel is really fair. It's really fair. And if you ever want to come sit up here, but you're not going to, but if you ever wanted to, you can come up, sit up here and tell your version, or say stuff behind Messenger like Belinda does. She prefers not to come up and do a live. But if they really care, you're going to at least use your Facebooks to plaster Jack and Lily. You can't tell me anything different than that. It's so wrong. If you're a parent and don't do that, that's because you're guilty of something. You just don't do stuff like that. You wouldn't do it, I'm sure. I bet you any money, Kelly, you wouldn't sit there and not put your own child's face up on your Facebook if you wanted people's health. Right? I always like to put myself in somebody else's shoes. And I know for a fact that you wouldn't sit there and hide and then want everybody else to do the work, for you, and think that the RCMP is just going to handle it while you're not even posting your own child's picture. Is not ridiculous. Does not even sound ridiculous, to be honest. Anyways, we'll move on from that. Right. I mean, again, we don't know the truth, but we only see what's before us. And yeah, as I said, that's simple. It's okay. She probably left. She probably, maybe not. Maybe she's probably here. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, that's just a friend coming in. That's kind of like Christopher Proudfoot's sister coming in. Remember when I tore a strip out of her because she came in blasting the channel, and yet she never watched the channel, and she accused us of accusing them, and yet our channel wasn't at all. And so I shut her down right away. But she wanted to come in, stick up for her brother and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, this is probably the same thing. Somebody watching this case, they have more information, or what they feel is more information towards a family member, and they see a different side of the coin. We're not in it for special friendships of like a family type of idea that way. It's just we're here to cover a case first and foremost. That's Anything else is secondary to this, right? If family members like me or don't like me and stuff like that, that's fair enough. At the end of the day, I'm still going to do what I'm going to do I'm going to cover the case and bring awareness to it. Why? Because these are children that deserve answers. Go ahead. Okay, I've talked enough. You go right ahead. I'm going to go get some water at all. Do you want me to play her interview? I can't get enough of, like, it's like I get sick of watching it, but I still can't get enough of how off it is. Yeah. Did you want me to
play the rest? Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. Only because I need to go get a badass drink of water here, for sure. What am I doing? Sharing the wrong thing here. Video file. Okay. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, actually? So just give me a moment. I'm actually just simply going to play the tribute video first because I want to come back as we play it again or whatever. So
okay,
I'm just going to... Hey, and if you need to get something, so it's 2 minutes and 37 seconds. So you guys just stick around. We'll be right back.
A little girl and a boy went missing one day. It was on Friday morning, the 2nd of May. People went searching in the woods there outside. Two little children named Lily and Jack. The girl was just 6 years, the boy he was 4. While others were sleeping, they walked out the door. As time it went by and turned into day, sign of those children, the news it did say. Where's Lily and Jack? Where can they be? So sad and heartbreaking for each family. Not a trace or a sound from Lily or Jack. Walked out the door and they never came back. Lansdowne Station, it was their own. In Nova Scotia, 'cause there they did roam. Let's not forget them and let us pray for those 2 little children still missing today. Where's Lily and Jack? Where can they be? So sad and heartbreaking for each family. Not a trace or a sound from Lily or Jack. Walked out the door and they never came back. Walked out the door and they never came back.
There we are. My bad. Okay. Kelly, if you're still here, please tell Malaya and your side of the family or friends that you know over there to share the awareness of Lily and Jack. That would be sweet. I did send Malaya of it myself, but at the end of the day, you know, it's about 2 beautiful kids named Lily and Jack. And if you guys, please, if you haven't hit that like and the share button, please always do it. Not for the channel, do it for the missing and the murdered, and in this case, Lily and Jack. Sorry, you guys, if you guys have been saying stuff. Can't keep up. I'm sorry if I tons of messages I am missing. But thank you guys for being here for sure. No telling what I would do if those were my kids missing. Wouldn't even come close to what we were saying. That's absolutely true. Hi, Arnie Maxter. Have you searched along their route to school? Maybe Lily and Jack tried walking. No, that one is actually out of the question that they were trying to walk to school. Again, their scents would have been picked up. They would have tried to put their jackets on and stuff like that. But anyways, I'm going to go back to you, Krista. What would you? So do you want me to do you want me to play the interview for you, or do you want to talk about something else? Or
Well, I have another question to maybe discuss. Have any of the vehicles been searched or pulled into the RCMP detachments? Has Cindy's mom's GPS been pulled on the car? Because they do have that ability.
yeah, absolutely. To me, the RCMP absolutely would have done all this stuff. Right. I mean, the reason why they're looking for dash cam is really they're looking for uh, possibly anyone that went in and out of that home during that time frame. To me, RCMP has the number, like they got the number on this case, but those are what you would call, okay, excluding Delphi, bunch of F ups for the Delphi case, LE. Okay. But we're not talking about LE. We're talking about the RCMP here this time. Honestly, those are automatic things that would have been done, right? Cadaver dogs, all that stuff. Bottom line is we just don't know about it because they're not going to tell us all that stuff.
I think even credit card records or bank statements, and
no.
even not Belinda's, even Cindy's, because she's the one who I would think that they're going to see where they got gas, where they purchased, well,
that's how they got the
clothing,
right? That's how they got the footage from the transaction store, and they got video footage of Malaya, and that's why they narrowed it down to the first.
I'd be curious to know what they bought if they were.
Well, exactly. But all we know was that they got a transaction. The person that works at the store said that they came in. She said, knowing that they were looking for the transaction. Obviously, then that's where the video footage came from, was because there's a camera also. So that's how they knew that they could now limit it to let us know that Thursday at whatever time, sometime probably in the afternoon or whatever, that they were seen on camera. So obviously Jack and Lily are just fine. But what we don't really have a time frame for, of course, is about Thursday night. So unless Janie has said something about seeing the kids, which I think she might have, I think Valerie said, but so a lot of people are like, okay, so when did these kids disappear? Because if you're looking at it from a Daniel and Malaya point of view of having something to do with the disappearance, hypothetically, allegedly, the disappearance of Jack and Lily, then obviously most people are going to start thinking about Thursday night, right? And that the story was built up for Friday and stuff like that. But, again, depends where people want to take their thoughts with this. So, so to me, that stuff would simply be done automatically. Cadaver dogs, looking for that. They talked already about the cadaver dogs coming. And yeah, so I would
like I haven't seen them go into the house with any evidence bags, maybe taking things, anything from the bathroom. Like, was the bathtub used? Was it wet? Did they drown in the bathtub? Things like that you'd think that they'd go in and process. I don't feel like they really processed.
Oh, I think that they did. They went in there.
So?
Yeah, when you listen to the audio tape fully and stuff like that, and that's why it's like, make sure you get a good statement and about going back into the house again and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that
anything like wet towels, for instance, right? Like in the bathroom, or would trigger them to maybe investigate further.
Oh my God, this is so cold. Excuse me for a second. You guys, I am so hot. It's so hot. Here. I can use my 5 chins to hold
so
it. Hot. Oh my, you have no idea. If men, don't complain, because what if you're a female? Not that I'm going through menopause, I'm just hot by nature. And I'm not talking about my looks. Quit flirting with me, Christy. Go on with your bad stuff. No, go ahead. I just gotta. You guys ready? Oh yeah. Remember that commercial? That one with the big horn on the beach. I want to pop, pop, pop. I want to Shasta. Okay, let's go. That was a commercial break, by the way. You're welcome. Give that to you for free.
You should ask for a paycheck. Free advertising isn't
right. I know
isn't profitable.
I'll show your label if you give me a donation to sponsor me, correct? Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Ah,
have I been in the woods? I don't know, Valerie. Have you been in the woods? She says, so, have I been in the woods? Okay,
I've been in the
go
woods.
ahead.
You
Go
out
ahead.
there searching? Valerie,
Yeah,
are you out there searching?
when someone's self-representing. So do you have any other like thoughts that because look at your little notes there. Wasn't there a couple other things that you were talking about, or did you hit those?
Uh, there was a couple things, but I think I
Uh,
hit one. Um,
I'm gonna be the
I have
detective
the other
here.
creators, the actors, the animals.
Come on, you guys. This is for Jack and Lily now. Let's go. Get those likes up, please. Do it for Jack and Lily, guys. Okay, that's what it's about. 261 people watching, only 154 likes. And let me just put this that there's 0 people from Facebook watching because I only post it to my Facebook. There's 0 people from It's a Crime Twitter watching. Obviously, they don't care about this case as much on Twitter. But there's 262 people watching from It's a Crime Jane channel. So please, you guys, and I'm just saying this with all sincerity. Please always do it for the murdered and the missing. Do it for the families that are wanting to know answers to what happened to these beautiful children, their beautiful wife, their beautiful husband. Doesn't matter. Just please do it for that reason. That's all I ever want. Belinda, she's been very gracious with all her messaging. She's a grandmother that wants to have answers for Jack and Lily. You know, like I said, don't do it for the channel. Do it for the family and for the victims, but the victims always first. Yeah. Remy stuff. How are you, Remy? She changed her status to single. Right. Right. She went and changed her status to single, but they're still friends. They're still friends on Facebook.
Yeah. Again, why would your mindset even be there? You wouldn't even be there. Your head would be spinning. It wouldn't even be thinking about
Your kids are
social
missing.
media except to say, look, where are my
I
kids?
know.
You wouldn't be changing your status. You wouldn't be doing anything to edit your
Come on
profile except to
now.
put a picture of your kids.
And, you know, Cindy, you can come defend yourself because unless mommy dearest did it. But anyways, great. That's just it. Bottom line, right? Your kids are missing and you're too busy sitting there taking down your Facebook, bringing it up, adding all these pictures without Daniel in it now, making yourself single. That's what you're thinking to do while your children are missing, on top of not even using your Facebook to post about your children missing. Come on now. Come on now. You know, are you a dumbass, Krista?
No.
No. Am I a dumbass? Are you guys dumbasses? No, I don't think so, right? Call a spade a spade. Call a spade a spade. Um, if my kids were missing, I'd be out pounding the pavement looking for nobody would stop me. Right, exactly. You know,
Right. I've seen people say they'd have to be sedated, and yeah, you know what? It might come to a point where someone, because I don't know if I'd be able to sleep, they might have to sedate me just to sleep on hard sleeping
oh
pills
my
anyway.
god. Oh my god. I'll be telling you.
My kids
The
don't
last,
sleep, I don't sleep.
the last thing I'd be thinking about doing is going up back up on Facebook. Are you kidding me? Two of my children, not one, but 2, makes it even more horrific. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here on RCMP. Okay, but was there anything else specifically you wanted to bring up or anything? I'm trying to make this live more about you that way.
No, not really specifically. Just the little details that don't add up. The things that
Oh,
just,
well,
that one, that the fact, that the police would have that. Um, there was something that I was reluctant. Like in New Brunswick, we're tight with Nova Scotia, so we talk about it at work. At the water cooler on the lunch hour, we're talking about it. There is one of the guys in the shop that has a brother that works for the RCMP in Halifax or near Halifax. And now this is not from my mouth, it's not of my knowing directly, but he was saying that they had even flown in behavioral analysts just for this case specifically.
yeah,
So they are, that, they came from one came from a university out your way. One, I'm not going to mention the university.
right.
Um, and the big one. And the other one was from an American institution. So that was hearsay. I am not saying this is fact. It is secondhand information, so I cannot confirm it. But for what it's worth, I trust the guy that it came from, and I do know he has a brother that is a police officer. So
Yeah.
that's all.
So yeah, take that, right?
Right. So they are picking this apart. I'm confident.
Oh yeah.
They have to be.
Oh, hold on a second. Lori Green. Lori's obviously, I just love your message. Sonny, are you trying to promote Daniel because you're coming across as obsessed with him? That sounds like as the world turns, or like a Knots Landing thing, or some sort of soap opera. Hold on. We all have our own peons, because you couldn't spell opinions right. That should be discussed, not shot down, or anyone that comes on. Um, well, Lori, if it was your channel, you could say and do whatever you want. So obviously, I spend my husband. Let me ask my husband if he's okay with this. Obviously, I'm so obsessed with Daniel. I've shown that every single moment. Or maybe I have some brain cells whatsoever on this one, Lori Green. But wait, are you relative? You a relative?
Sunny, I think this is a troll because they're using the same period
Yeah.
format as the last person that was the Karen. Yeah,
Yeah.
not Karen. What's her name?
Yeah.
What was her name? The family member.
Well, you know what? We're just gonna
The
give
periods
Lori.
are at the same spot. It's
Yeah.
like they came in with a different name.
Yeah. There we go. Bye 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 bye. Yeah. Well, if she's disrupting the rooms, please, mods, get rid of them. You know we don't put up with that crap in here. So if you do see them, please don't wait for me to do it. Just give them the big toe out of the room. We want people here that just are respectful and stuff like that. Yeah, Charmaine, what are you doing? She's not doing her job either. She's too busy going, Kelly. Kelly, are you still there?
I think that was Kelly that just left again.
Anyways, hey everyone. Hello, Shelly. On this. But yeah, you guys know if it's just person just being ignorant and rude, and you know that they're just here to cause, be ignorant, no. We can discuss if people want, like, I'm here to discuss my opinion, right? And if you guys are thinking that Daniel is, like the bad apple and the one that's the liar and he's a liar, go right ahead. Absolutely. Also create your own channel to talk about it all day long if you want. But I'm just giving my opinion for this channel. I've looked at all the sides myself. It's my opinion. If Charmaine has a different opinion than me, fair enough. If Krista has a different opinion than me, fair enough. Right? It's not about agreeing that everyone has to agree with each other, in all of this. But just be respectful. But again, right? People can create their own darn channel if they want to talk about, Daniel versus Malaya and stuff like that. We've talked about it. How many lives do we have to do? Play catch up. Go back and watch the other ones. When me and Charmaine kept going, okay, we believe that he's innocent. Wait, hold on. Are we being played for fools? Don't let me look again. So
Yes.
it's
Mature adults can handle the opinions of others, even if they differ from their own.
Yeah. The mom lost the girl before. Wait, the mom lost the girl before she met Daniel. I seen somewhere. Lost what girl? I don't know that those aren't facts. Come on now, those aren't facts. Yeah, but I know Vanessa. Like, yeah, unless there's receipts on that one, Vanessa. Yeah, I, yeah, I haven't heard anything about it. Belinda's never said anything at all. But I don't think that's information that's typically going to come out there one way or the other. That
It'd
just
be
sounds,
interesting if it's a pattern.
well, I mean, one could look at it like, because some people are going to look at it like perhaps like that. Malaya, like, well, she was with Cody and had two children, and now she's with Daniel and has two children. So who's that arrow pointing at, type of thing? But the truth of the matter is that nobody knows Cody, and well, I mean, I know it from Belinda told me, but nobody knows whose fault it is in a sense, if it was Malaya's or Cody's. And I'm not going to tell you, even though I know the answer to it. But again, I can understand why people would think that, because you always kind of go, well, who's the arrow pointing at because of these relationships and that. But again, I mean, there's stuff going on right now that I'm not even going to answer to because I know it's just going to cause more ruckus than it will do good, in a sense. So I know what the post was, what was said. I know the truth behind the post. But if I say anything to it right at the moment, it's just going to cause more of an uproar. So I'd rather just let it kind of slide away to the shit pile that it belongs in. Right. But actually, hopefully not Dolly. On there. Anyways, yeah, I mean, stuff like that, honestly, I don't even entertain myself with because, again, unless there's receipts to back something like that up that actually comes out of Daniel's or Malaya's mouth or a close family member that says that, other than that, that's just total BS to me, unless somebody has receipts to back up what they say. I strongly believe that if you're gonna put facts or stuff out there, then you better have those receipts to back it up. Yeah, and we don't owe any creators that Didi on there. But if you're gonna put out stuff, right? So me and Charmaine knew the truth about Daniel's things. Maybe we didn't go about it the right way that particular live, but it's just because people are like, like hound dogs, little sniffers. They feel very entitled to information. When the information that's, that you put out there, right? Like I said, there's going to be people that don't have brain cells that literally don't believe in these texts, right? Oh my God, that must be a fake account from Malaya talking to Belinda. And then even Evil Exists. He puts out there, here's Belinda's Facebook. Yeah. I mean, this is her face, but no, you're still not going to believe it's real. See, sometimes you just can't fix that type of stupidity. So why bother? I mean, I can sit there and go to my Facebook right now and show you, that me and Belinda friends. I've already shown you guys the text literally from our messenger conversations. Like how much more real can you get than literally sharing like our conversations on Messenger with Belinda, same picture, but apparently I'd probably make that up too and stuff like that. But anyway, so some things you just, you know what I mean? It's like pointless. It's just pointless. The people that want to listen and want truth, those are the people that will receive that information. But there's a lot of entitlement that goes on. Now, Kent was telling me that, in the Facebook groups, and I hate Facebook groups, most of them, because they're vicious and evil. And they are. They prove their point to me in that Pictou County one, how nasty they can be. Now, I'm not just talking about Pictou County Facebook. I'm just talking about in general. It's the same crap over and over. You got all these people. They were posting shit about this. Then Belinda comes on, and some moron then says, it's still fake, right? It doesn't matter. And you're just like, me and Charmaine just left the group. We just were like, whatever. And then again, I only knew that Belinda had said something because Evil Exists put it out, showed Belinda's response to it and stuff like that. I just can't deal with that type of evilness and viciousness and stuff like
See
that.
what Valerie has written there about the pictures. Valerie has just written on the screen, I see, about the pictures that Belinda sent you. And those were directly from Belinda. Those weren't from Malaya's Facebook page.
I said that
you got directly from those.
No, but I said that wrong. And that's why I corrected that, though, because when I was talking to Belinda, I thought what she had said was that, and I would have to literally go back to the message myself, because what I thought she said was that she got those pictures from Belinda, but it was that she got those pictures that she got those pictures from Malaya. But what it was, she said, Sonny, I didn't get them from Malaya. I got them from Malaya's Facebook. So I corrected that. So if anyone,
gotcha.
Yeah. So just to make very clear that, right, I thought she said she got them from Malaya, right? When, like Malaya was being the good mother sending pictures off to Malaya, and I was like, oh, cool.
Right.
She's sending you pictures of the kids still.
Right.
But it's ones that Belinda grabbed off of Malaya's Facebook.
But even the ones that she sent you from way before, she had pictures of the kids, did she not? When she used to spend time with them?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
I'm sure.
And those were directly from Belinda.
Yeah.
When they were babies and she was a part of their life.
Oh, yeah. Right. I mean,
So,
there's pictures taken in Belinda's home with the children playing. And
that's how I knew it was. I'd never doubted for a second. I mean, it was same with Daniel. Never doubted for a second because I've seen his Facebook. And I sent him and I said, look, you do not need to respond. This is a message of support because I can't imagine what you're going through, and that's it. And I knew it was his and I didn't, for someone to, I don't know if they have the same, maybe when they search in the United States, do they get the same options coming up in their feeds as someone that is in Canada or close by in the close vicinity? You know what I mean? On Facebook, the different, so they might not be able to find what you would be able to find. Any of the American content providers.
Canada sucks when it comes to some Facebook stuff. They're going to know why when Cindy arrived, they may be a red flag. I saw it. Now, in saying that, I want to be fair here before I go back to these, but I do want to be fair because it's not like Daniel's using his Facebook to do anything. He updated that May 4th. Right. It's not like he's using his Facebook either. I mean, yes, he's using the news, granted, but he should be using his Facebook as well. I mean, that's the whole point. He does have 73 friends, but bottom line is you should always be putting up your kid's face. I know it doesn't matter, right? To him, the kids called him dad. Close enough. Daniel, use your Facebook to put up Lily and Jack's posters. Come on now. I know you're doing the interviews, but you know what? You got a Facebook page, you should be using that. And shame on any family member that's not using their Facebooks to put up Lily and Jack's, because that's disgusting. Because whether you're family or not, regardless, but family, that's just an expectation that you would love your family member enough to use your own social media to put out Lily and Jack. I just find it, honestly, I find it disgusting when family members don't do that, right? I mean, I'd probably be sitting here saying the same thing more if Daniel didn't do interviews. I guess I'm obsessing over him, though. Maybe it's
you are definitely.
Yeah, I feel like that. But but bottom line is, if my grown brothers and sisters weren't posting about my damn ass kids, right? About them missing, and they were too busy putting up stupid memes. You don't think I'd be freaking going up one side of their ass and down the other if they did that? Right?
Oh, yeah.
Your family, your freaking family. Like you're talking about your immediate family.
Mm-hmm.
Call it speed. Yeah, sorry. It's my thing. I'm sorry. Social media is a huge tool to use, and it's not being utilized by and so yeah.
No, and it would be the farthest reach if they were in fact kidnapped. You would think it would go fast like wildfire. You'd think that would be an easy way for them to advertise very quickly to the world. My kids are missing. They could have possibly been trafficked. Check it in PEI right away. It's a laser beam right to PEI on the internet. I mean, why wouldn't they?
You guys are a talkative group, man. I had to scroll with my finger 10 times just to make my way down to the bottom. Because I was like, but anyways, thank you. I mean, keep talking, honestly, though. So I just want to go quickly to the poll. So the question was, do you have faith in the RCMP? 42% say yes. 19% say no. In between is 17%, and undecided is 22%. So most people, for the most part, it's not over 50%, but still, most people in this group, and that's out of 272 votes. Now, again, if you're watching this live and you haven't hit the like or the share button, please do so for Jack and for Lily. Please keep the awareness of this case out there. If you're in here and it's important enough for you to watch, please realize that it's important for you to just to simply even hit that like button. That means a lot to the channel, because you're doing it for Jack and Lily, and you're doing it for Belinda. You're doing it whether you want to or not. You're doing it for any other family members, including Daniel or whatever that want, or if Malaya had nothing to do with it or Daniel, you're doing it for the awareness to find out answers for these children. That's at least that we can do as our small part. Now, so just quickly, I want to go over, if you don't mind, I'm going to take the banner off the screen. Do it this way. Okay. Comments. There we go. I'm going to take the live comment things off so it's not distracting. Let me just go to this page. Okay, here. Okay. So she was keeping them home from school today because they were sick and cold. And they got outside the back door, and we can't hear them at the door that they got outside. So on Thursday, they were out in New Glasgow, out and about because they were cold and sick, apparently, right? So then on Friday, same thing, apparently. Don't believe that maybe one of them had a cough, maybe, perhaps, but I think that regardless, probably what I would have done, you got one more day to go. Don't worry, stay home with mama. I did that with my son all the time. So whatever, 6:17 on Thursday, 6:18 on Friday, Malaya calls the children in. She says, again, right? I deem this as projecting. Because now when you look at the interview plus her words, again, she keeps telling us how chatty they are and how much that they're under supervision, and then totally contradicts herself by saying that they like exploring the woods and playing in the woods. And then she says, under our supervision, kind of like that they never go out the door unless, in that weird sentence she said, unless they're under supervision. So she was very keen on saying this to Belinda and saying this to the public, right? Totally projecting, because we know at the end of the day that the truthful answer that any other parent living on that property would let their kids play outside in the backyard, and you would be inside and you could hear their voices playing, and they have this humongous yard that you wouldn't think anything would really happen to them besides maybe falling off a slide or something, perhaps, right? We know how that works. So that right there is an absolute bullshit lie. 1,000,000,000%, that is a lie. Because obviously underneath your supervision that you supervise them, they certainly were able to make noise and go outside that sliding back door that doesn't make noise, which we know is another projection of a lie. And because both Daniel and Malaya said it, bullshit together. So whether that's Malaya saying it, because they both said it, which makes it odd, because that's not something that you think to say. You would say it to the investigator, like if you're talking to the investigator saying like, yeah, like this door, it's, I mean, you can't hear it. But to literally have both of them say it like it was a scripted play, to me, that one's bullshit too. I just can't believe this is actually happening right now. Okay, well, if we base that upon your interview, yes, you can. You can honestly believe it's happening because you got no emotions whatsoever at all that you're showing. You're not showing any tears. You're not calling out Lily's and Jack's name. You're not begging for people to help look for them. I never thought that they would run off on me like that.
On me like that. That kind of wording is weird, huh? I never thought they would run off on me like that.
Well, the whole thing is, I never thought that they would run off on me. Why? Because they're always underneath your supervision, aren't they? So what do you mean you thought that they would never run off? So if they ran off, where did they go? Out in the woods? Because according to you, they're abducted. And you never did anything to run off in the woods. So where did they go if you think that they ran off? Right? Like, again,
I can't believe this is actually happening right now. It's like, what, your plan? You can't believe that this is all going down the way you planned it? Like, it just, I'm so distraught. Like,
yeah,
I'm a fucking mess. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
That's what I like. You wouldn't be able to contain yourself. It wouldn't be so organized. Your words would be messed up.
I just, like we're not talking. This is at 1:46. The first message goes out. Like, I mean, I know Belinda would be able to tell me if this was all part of the same conversation up until it changes at some point, which we know it does at 3:59. So this is a conversation, obviously, between that time to 3:59 for sure. I just didn't worry about it enough because it's all within the day that we're talking about. If I needed specifics, I know Belinda would just answer me about what time that message came in. But
Right.
so for her to use that sentence at all doesn't make sense. I never thought that they would run off on me. So that's what you thought then. You thought that they ran off on you. You didn't call their name according to Daniel. You just stood there playing with your phone and, and basically acted strange to Janie and asked Daniel if you should call the police. I mean, those are just words. Don't get me wrong. But come on, the interview in itself just, it's just, you know what I mean? It's like taking a really bad interview and then adding to that really bad interview with this really bad wording and manipulation of lies and words. That's what it is. That's what it comes off like. This is inconsistent to someone naturally telling a story at all, right? So,
Yeah.
and she contradicts herself. Like she totally contradicts herself with the supervision. So you
I'd
must be
also like
worried,
to know if Janie was supposed to work that day and maybe didn't go to
right?
work because she said she was surprised to see her home. Was she either supposed to be at work and she didn't
Uh,
go in or her schedule changed?
right.
Or did she say she was gonna be somewhere else, somewhere,
Yeah.
you know, and
Yeah.
now she's going, "Okay," and she kinda dodged a bullet there, like, "Oh, I hope she
Well,
didn't say anything, but I think we're good."
right. And maybe like just, and this is just hypothetical thinking here. So again, um, if this is a planned thing at all, right? And yeah, so if Malaya thinks that this is a perfect day, Janie's going to be at work, da 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 da, type of idea, and then all of a sudden realizes that she's home, you know, yeah. Unfortunately, these are hindsight questions that I'm sure Charmaine would have loved to have asked Daniel.
Yeah.
That he probably would have answered to do with his mother, considering he spoke about his mom on a little bit in those texts.
Oh,
But
I'm
yeah,
sure the RCMP did.
hey.
I'm sure the RCMP asked those questions.
Oh, I'm sure that they did. I'm sure that they did. You know, but so it's like, you must be worried. And let me know anytime. Okay, yes, I will. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Get off your ass and go look in the freaking woods. I don't
Yeah,
know. I
simple.
don't know. I'm just speculating out loud, Malaya, but I don't know. Like, hand your child over to Janie and go freaking get your ass in the woods because that's what any normal parent would do. They're not going to stand around, pick their nose, be on their phone, and just stand around and not even shut out their names. Like, are you kidding? And this, like, I do realize that we're talking about information from Danielle, but Malaya made her bed on that interview, and those are her words. These are her words. So we know that. So yeah, what would anyone do? Well, you'd pick your ass up and you'd go in those woods. You start screaming for your kids. And once you realize that they're nowhere to be seen in your vicinity, you call 911. You don't ask if you should call 911. Well, I mean, I could see someone saying, like, baby, do you think I should call 911? Yeah, you freaking idiot. Yeah, kind of like what Daniel said to her. Like, duh. But, so I can understand if somebody might say that, right? Like, do you think I should call? But she said, mother's intuition and instinct says. So I deem that as a bunch of bull because I deem her as a bunch of bull. Because I've looked at it fairly and I still think, so I think it's a crock of shit about this whole, it was in my gut. No, it's because there's something going on there that we don't know about. There's lying going on. Or your
What was
neighbor's
did Belinda tell you what the first point of contact with Malaya was? Did she just text her the kids are missing, or did she call her? How did that start? Like, what was the very first um message from Malaya or reach out from Malaya to Belinda?
this, as far as I know, this is it right here.
Because it's just Belinda saying, "Have you heard anything yet?"
Yeah,
So
we're
what
going.
was she referring to?
Well, about the kids missing because she obviously has the article and knows that this is going on. So she's probably just sending her a message saying, like, have you heard anything yet? because she's already at this point aware that these two children are missing or whatever. But as far as Belinda has told me, like, this is it, like, this is the conversation. So, and because I kind of asked her, like, is there anything else you have or any other conversations you have with somebody else?
Wasn't aware that an alert went out until 5 o'clock that evening.
No, that's not.
And that's
no,
at 1:46 p.m. on the day they
no,
were missing.
yeah, but the story came out, right? The story was already out in the news, and she saw it on Facebook. I think it was. I think her family sent her this posting from Facebook about it, right? So, and I believe that the alert was. I think it was sooner than that. The second day was more around that time you speak of.
Okay.
But the first day, I believe, was, I think what Kent said was around 12:45 or 1:45, something like that. Now, it could have been 12:45. I'm not sure. Okay. I asked Kent if he knew and then he said that, yeah, because I knew that the one was the second day because it was posted on May 2nd, 3rd. So that meant we already knew that there was two. So one went out on the 2nd. Right. So as I'm seeing this though, myself, I can't imagine that I'd be sitting there yapping with a distant grandma in a sense.
No. Bare bones. You'd be telling them the basics. No, they're not here. Come help me. Please.
Yeah.
Are you able to come help? Is there anything?
Right.
You wouldn't be rambling.
That's just how this comes across to me. Does anybody else maybe feel that way about this in chat? So I just feel like if Belinda, hasn't seen the kids in a couple of years, yeah, you'd be saying like, no, I'm so distraught, da, da, da. But usually the communication wouldn't be that great, you would think, because you're too busy panicking that your kids aren't around. And so the last thing I'm going to be doing really is overly looking at my phone as I'm going to be out trying to search for my children. And so that's why I find this conversation quite odd. The fact that it's almost like there's Malaya just answering her back, left, right, and center. That's how I kind of take this a little bit, right? So Belinda might not see it that way because she's thinking, oh, she's communicating like, da 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 da. But the way I see it is she's doing a lot. Malaya's doing a lot of talking for someone that her two children are missing on the same day. Yeah. I zeroed in on specific. What did is Bobby talking about the other person? Is it yeah, about Found Decker? They were zeroing in on this place called Engel. So keep us up to date, Bobby, on that one. Or anyone. Hopefully they catch that father that took his 3 daughters' lives on there. They used laser guided penguins. Okay, like I said, that guy needs to be caught. Now, so that's kind of how I read into this. Like you got all the time in the world, just sit there and message back, Belinda and everybody else that's probably messaging you. Okay, but again, it's like a storytelling going on here.
Yeah. That right there. No, I was keeping them home today because they were sick with a cold, and they got outside and they got it. It's
the door
a script.
We can't hear.
Yeah, it's a script. It's the same one she did with the media.
Mm-hmm.
It's like she sat in front of a mirror and practiced it a few times.
Nobody's gonna sit there and say, well, you know what I mean? You're just gonna say, something very basic. Yeah, they got out the back door. Are you going to expand on that? Really? You're in a panic. Your kids are missing. But nope, let's just stop and take a moment there and put exactly. So I'm going to portray to these people because they know that they're lying. So they feel the need to embellish, come up with the story. And this is the story. Well, we can't hear the back door. And why? I mean, we couldn't hear the back, just like she's talking about how the kids underneath their supervision. But hey, hold on a second. I never thought that they would run off on me like that. Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's running off, or is it abduction or out in the woods there? Because,
you might even beat yourself up a bit. You might even, instead of trying to defend yourself to the public, who the hell cares about the public? You might even say, I'm the worst parent ever. I messed up. Oh my God. I messed up. I shouldn't have slept. I messed up. I turned my head for a minute like this. I'm terrible. You would be so panicked.
This I don't know.
And
This just reminds me of someone put in their
it
legs.
just doesn't make sense.
I mean, and it doesn't because it doesn't. That's the simpleness of it. It doesn't make sense because it's a lie. And so here it says they've been missing since 9:40. So again, so Daniel said that Malaya's time of oh, I can hear myself through your thing again. Malaya's time of 9:40 or 10 o'clock is false, is what he said. Okay, so if that's false, so what? 9:40 then is true because that's already out there. And he told Charmaine, well, I can't really talk about the timeline. And I was like, Charmaine, tell him, like everything's out there. We heard the dispatch audio for 8 o'clock and whatever. And that could be because if he's saying that the 10 o'clock timeline is false and that's what was put out to the papers, then it makes you question if this 9:40 is even true whatsoever at all. And if the true time is more around the Daniel's time when they said that the children were missing or last seen at 8 o'clock. Malaya says to Belinda 8:30, right? And on the audio, I mean, they obviously got 8 o'clock from somewhere. Kind of a big difference between 8 o'clock and 8:30 to that. But Daniel says that 20 minutes that basically, didn't hear the children, got up, started searching around for them. And he said that was about 20 minutes basically prior to seeing them. Obviously, that's how it would have had to have gone. And so then that means that 9:40 is probably a false information as well, because Daniel is probably more accurate about the timeline, or it's embellished because they're thinking of a story that they have to give that Malay is trying to portray. And Daniel, he's probably clueless at all.
Well, I
Because,
guarantee you the timeline the police have is
yeah,
the timeline from the last moment the children were seen physically. So if
absolutely.
Daniel says the last time he saw Lily, that will be what the police consider the time they went missing, because they were not seen after he saw them the last time they poked
Right,
their head in.
right.
So they're going to try and gauge that. So if they saw them at 8:30 or they heard them in the room at 8:30, so when did the kids come in? Like at 8:45 they poked their head in? And then they fell back asleep and didn't notice until 8:40 they were missing. That
Well,
doesn't mean they've been missing since 8:40.
but the thing is that they already said that the last time that they were seen, or whatever, was 8 o'clock on the audio.
So
Twice.
that would be when the police say that they were last seen. That's when they went missing,
Yeah.
because they weren't seen after by an adult, by a person.
Malaya says 8:30 was the last time they were heard in the bedroom. Right? That's
Daniel saw them after that.
I get this whole timeline is there's a crock of shit going on there. There's some sort of crock of shit. We know there's a crock of shit. And it's just a matter of if people believe that if people are believing the narrative that Malaya stood out there with eyes cocked as if she just got her hand caught in a cookie jar, didn't yell for the kid. So if people are going to believe that part, then I don't think it's so much as Daniel covering up as what Malaya is telling him, because Daniel probably fell asleep. Malaya probably knew exactly what time it was and what was going on, and portrayed that the kids went out the back door. Because don't forget, Daniel's trying to tell truths in here. Daniel would not say something to us like, you know what, the kids always leave the door open, but suddenly they decided to close it on the same day that you were abducted. So he's the one giving us that information that, guess what, you guys, the door was closed. I'm always harping on those kids to close the door. So this is where I believe that they didn't even go out the back door. That's Malaya's her narrative about the back door, and that and then again, you think Jack. So Daniel makes this odd comment in Charmaine's thing, and Charmaine, is she still there? Charmaine, are you still around? Let me see if she is, because Daniel says this weird comment, and I didn't know where it applied to or not. But Daniel makes that odd comment that says about Lily's and Jack's boots in that. Hi, Charmaine. Let's see. On there. Let's see. Lily was in and out of the room, right, in the morning after the sun was up. But Jack, yeah, Jack was in the kitchen, remember? Okay, there's Charmaine. Charmaine, let me go. Let me stop this for a second. I was talking and you guys never heard shit. Okay. My bad. My bad. Okay, so let me go over that part again. Charmaine, can you make this bigger? Can you please clarify? So sorry guys, let me do that again. Malaya, I want to read this to get till I get to this part. This is right here about the boots is where I want to see if Charmaine can clarify. Malaya asked me when noticed that the kids were gone, should I call the police? You can see that he says like no fucking the fucking kids are gone. What else would you do? Okay, basically, right? And then that's when you see Charmaine say no shit, of course, call. Then he says no, Charmaine asks, so that was 9:40, 9:11 was called. Damn, it's like a puzzle. And then she said, so she went outside first and then told you she couldn't find the kids. And he said, no. I ran through the house searching every room. Then I ran out the back sliding door. I did everything so fast. She said they're gone. And we were both outside. Okay. And then she says, okay, wow. Charmaine says, that would have been terrifying. Have they ever left the yard alone? No, Daniel says, only with me because Malaya rarely ever went outside with them. Then Charmaine says, to me, sounds unlikely for kids to venture out on their own if they don't usually do it. And then he says, and leave boots and all their belongings on. Right? So I just find that odd to him saying that. Do you see what I'm saying, Krista, at all? Krista? Oh, where did Krista go? Krista. Okay, I'll come here then. Where's Krista? She was here a minute ago because we were both here. Just talking to myself. Ben Martin. Yes, sometimes my dumbass thought that I. Whoops. Where are you here?
I'm here. I think I fell off.
You did. And I'm like, wait, Krista, let me do nothing. Did I mute myself? Anyway, so Charmaine. That is like a weird sentence in the midst of it all. So it's when he said about the boots. Okay, so I think he was saying. So again, it just kind of bugged me because it says not only with me but with Malaya, rarely ever went outside with them. And then she said to me, sounds unlikely for the kids ventured out on their own if they don't usually do it. And that's when he says, and leave boots and all their belongings on. Right? So they don't usually do it. And then he says that. So it's like a sentence that doesn't quite mesh, but yet it could make sense somehow. But it just seems like he's saying like, well, so they went outside and they had all their belongings on, and leave boots and belongings, and leave boots and all their belongings on. Does that not just sound strange the way it's said?
It does.
So Charmaine said, to him it was strange for them to run off and not have left anything behind, like taking backpack off, pull up, even boots. Remember, he said it was strange that they hadn't found a single trace. Let me reread that. To him, it was strange for them to run off and not to have left anything behind, like taking backpack off. That still doesn't make sense as I read that. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah, I think what she's saying is that he was saying it was strange that they ran off and that you couldn't, like, nothing was left in the woods in their trail. Like, they didn't leave behind a diaper, which we've all said.
Right.
No backpack was taken off and abandoned, no pieces of clothing, just nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Now let's be clear on this too as well. So we've talked about this enough. Daniel does not believe that the kids are in the woods. After the second day or third day, I think it was even the second day, he's like, look, I don't believe that the kids are in the woods because there's no sign of them whatsoever. No backpack, no diapers, blah, blah, blah. Maybe that's exactly what you're saying, Charmaine. Left anything behind in the woods, right? Daniel, okay, himself, as we talked about, he says, I'm not, and he says more, but he says, I'm not going to let him get away with it. I'm going to keep putting it out into the media and leaking it because I'm not going to let him get away with it. What he's referring to is that he believes that her family has something to do with the disappearance, hypothetically, allegedly, in my opinion, and his, I guess, but whatever, right? And that's why, because like I'm just cutting to the chase on some of this stuff because we've already seen the messages, but just cutting to the chase. He's saying, I'm not going to let it die. So you honestly think that someone, to me, that truly had something more to do with this case besides maybe some, falling in love crap and thinking that Malaya story and he has to kind of cover for her, but he doesn't know what the hell's going on, that the kids are missing, but she's probably fed him a bunch of bullshit. So you honestly think that he's going to literally say that I'm not going to let this story die. I'm going to keep putting it out there because I'm not going to let them get away with it. He believes that the children are alive. Okay? Simple as that. Daniel believes that the children are alive and that they've been taken by family. Okay? Simple. So do you honestly think that a moron is going to literally ask for lie detector tests, literally keep searching, literally keep talking to the media, and then literally turn around and say, you know what? I'm going to keep putting this in the media because I'm so ass guilty that I'm going to keep putting it into the media because I'm going to make sure that if they did anything with the children, that I'm putting this out there. So that's where his thoughts are, because they're not in the woods. Obviously, when he thought of being abducted, it's because Malaya is pushing that narrative about abduction.
And love
She's
is
not,
blind.
right, and he's not going to think that Malaya did anything to the children at the time. But once everything absorbs in his brain cells, for him, he's like, well, what other option is there then? Right? If the police, because he has more information. So he knows exactly what the police are thinking. And there's more information I could tell you that would lean you to believing in Daniel. But it's just that we don't want to give you that information, because you got to, it's either use your brains and realize that either somebody is completely lying about everything and he doesn't give a shit if the RCMP are watching him or listening to him or not, or he's the right, or he's out there genuinely looking for the kids, going, what the heck, and going, you know what? If they're not out in the woods and I don't believe that they were abducted, then what's left? Him to look straight at Malaya, but not because he blames Malaya, right? He's looking to the family, right? He's looking to the family and the weirdness of how Malaya left with a mother that she doesn't like, right? So again, you tell me that if you look at the story by itself, in a sense, without trying to be judgmental towards Malaya or Daniel, and that you just looked at everything put in front of your face because that's the best knowledge you have, and you're thinking to yourself, like me and Charmaine, is he pulling, Daniel's talking to other people besides us, is he freaking taking us for a ride and blah 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 blah, but the thing is that so you believe in Daniel's sincerity more so, dude, or no?
Me? I
Yeah.
do. I
Okay.
do. You know what? I will put my foot in my mouth if I have to, but I don't expect to see the same kind of emotion as I would from a biological father. I wouldn't expect that, or
Right.
even a stepfather that has, a decade or more
Mhm.
on it. His
Yeah.
love is for Malaya, so his passion is driven by his love
Yeah.
for her and his need to find them to be that
Yeah.
hero. That's what
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So in saying that, right? So he's so lovesick with her. Apparently, again, he needs a bib for all the drool that he's
Yeah,
doing. And I don't blame the guy. Who's going to think the worst in a sense, right? He's going to look at it like evil mother has some sort of wicked and maybe spell casting, right?
yeah.
Whole Wiccan shit going on there from with Malaya. Wouldn't doubt it that maybe she learned it from her mother. Maybe her mother's into Wiccan as well.
I'm sure it came from Mama.
They're sitting there casting spells of protection or something from what? But that's the question, right? So Daniel can't see the children, right? And so in your eyes, can I ask you? So I believe that if I'm going to go this route, then that includes the fact that they embellished Daniel's about Daniel to not only use him as a pawn or basically use him as a scapegoat for whatever fucking twisted shit they got going on. And that, to me, that I know a lot of ladies do this, that they embellish the truth about the guy, right? So do you think that she embellished the truth to CPS about
Um,
Daniel, considering he only has one charge against him back in 2011, and it's just a little pot charge that got dropped?
I think it's likely that something may have been said. I do think he's a scapegoat. I think regardless, they might try and put things on him.
Sending the search and rescue on a wild goose chase. Fuck's sakes, better. Well, that's just it, right? Better not have. Absolutely. Because this is like the Carly Russell. If you guys haven't seen Carly Russell, same thing. She faked her own disappearance. Then she comes jaunting home, and then she tells this wicked ass story, right? And then, like it was just an absolute bullshit story. And why? Why did she do it? Well, because she wanted her ex-boyfriend to realize how much that he would miss her. So she did this. Now I'm thinking that whatever thing that was contrived here was not supposed to explode into this, that it
Right.
was a plan that was hatched, and that it wasn't like to where it's reached now is probably beyond what it was ever supposed to reach, because people do crazy shit and they don't think of the consequences that come with that because they're just doing crazy selfish shit perhaps. So I know Sloan kept saying like that Malaya was doing this for the protection like of the kids or whatever. So what? Like did mama think that she needed protection and they're casting their Wiccan spells and shit like that? And that's why they're saying about spell casting, some of those card readers and stuff, or um, like I said, so to me, the picture is cut and dried when I look at it at this moment, that I think Daniel was lied to in the morning about what truly happened, right? But of course, Malay is probably feeding him stuff, and like Daniel, they obviously got out the back door, the door that doesn't make any sound, and we got to say that, okay, because we don't want to look like we're da 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 da. I just feel like it was a whole game being played on him. I do. I feel like that he was absolutely under her own spell of Malaya. And I think that Malaya, the reason why she come out and she wasn't showing a reaction. So why is it, again, just 2 and 2 people all together? Why is it, according to Daniel, that Malaya had according to Jamie, literally just stood there? She didn't call the names. She was on her phone. The mom arrives, according to Daniel, within minutes after the police arrived there. And yet she lives an hour and 16 minutes away. What's the coincidence that all this is happening and she just miraculously goes, you know what? I'm just going to go see my daughter. And, I'm on my way there, And oh my God, the children are missing. Okay, right? It's like Sebastian's story. When it doesn't make sense, it's because it's a lie. And so I'm just saying, putting the pieces together, and that's what happened with Sloan Bella, is that it's not like I wasn't thinking of those pieces, but she said it in the way that I was like, wait a second, this is one of the most truthful probably things that actually did happen. That's why all these messages of Daniel's and information that we have, about her leaving the next day, all start making sense. And it's because it doesn't make sense at all. It stands out like a sore thumb. So again, if we have Malaya that's asking if she should call 911, we have her playing on her phone, showing no emotion. Mother comes fast as fast can be, apparently. And Daniel says something like, basically like he was just looking for a trait. And that's like he saw it, that there was literally no emotion, right? So if the grandma ain't crying, Malaya's not crying, and she looks like she got caught for something instead of not calling the children's name. But we know that the next day she leaves the property. Now, again, do you honestly think that Daniel's making up this big concoction of a story that Malaya is saying that she doesn't like her mother and her mom's like a monster and stuff like that? Do you honestly believe, like, if Belinda's son Cody is saying that, that she's not a great person, what's the chances are that Daniel's wrong about her too? Or do you think that it's because besides what Kelly said, because that's her friend, right? So she's going to stick up for her. But I'm just saying, when you look at it, so if Cody's saying that about Cindy, and Daniel's saying that she doesn't even want to be with her mom, that she's literally a couple months prior, she's literally saying, I don't want to even have my mom in my life. And Daniel says like, well, no, but that's your mother. That's exactly something that I would say as well. And I've caught Daniel saying quite a few things that as a empath, I would say myself, for someone that's coming from a caring side of things. No, you don't do that. That's your mom, really. But anyway, so he's saying that her mom doesn't want to see us happy together. She doesn't like me, right? So there's probably something to all of that. I don't know what it is, though. There's something that made Malaya leave that day. Logan talks about it because Logan was there as well as Daniel. So she does have information to add to it, because it's not just about Daniel repeating himself. It's about Logan being there and not seeing a Cindy cry at all, according to Logan, watching her own dad in tears about these kids. And then Malaya talks to her mom for 5 minutes and she's out of there. And it's all been like, and it comes across like, Daniel, you bad person. We're going to stop CPS from seeing the kids. And it's like a trap. And even as we heard other ones saying about it, like even that one we watched yesterday, that's how I see it, because that's exactly what it seems to be showing to me. Not because I'm trying to be blind to that. I've looked at the Daniel side, but what makes the most sense? It's a mother that's hiding, a mother that's not saying anything, a mother that didn't go searching for her kids. And, so if all these things are true, and there's going to be truth in here, Malaya didn't even bother to search. She left her kids. She didn't come back to help search. She's left and she's hiding. Why would you do all that stuff? So meaning, if you look at it all, right, Krista, why would you not kind of think that Malaya and her mom had something, hypothetically, allegedly, possibly, something to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily? And that the hopefulness is that they are still alive, right? Because you're just taking all these breadcrumbs and going, oh, thanks, Bella. Now you just took what I was kind of thinking about into your perspective about what really could have happened that day. Because I was confused with the information. I was like, okay, I got this, I got this, I got this. And it just all made sense, because she just talked about it. And I was like, yeah. Then the mother leaves. Duh. So, hallelujah, amen. Go ahead, your turn. Krista? Krista? I think Krista's having issues again. Okay, let's see. You don't holler your kids' names because you know what happened. And that's what I guess the strongest point is there. Oh, here she comes back. Hello.
I keep getting booted, but I am going to have to go because I have to
Yeah.
get up at 5.
Okay.
So,
you know what? Final thoughts on your final thoughts on just, about the case, whatever.
final thought, I'm torn on Cindy's involvement. Well, no, because if they went missing at 9:40, like Malaya says, how did mom get there so fast? Because she's not going to call her before 9:40. Or she was just randomly coming to their house by, some fluke measure. So it had, yeah, it's a rough one because I would think that maybe, like I had said earlier, maybe it's a case where mom saw the lie in her daughter's eyes and said, "Oh shoot, I got to get you out of here because you're in a lot of trouble," and maybe trying to, sweep it and get control of it before it gets away from her. But then she was there so quickly, unless Malaya called her early and said, "Early, I did something."
Well, that's just.
I'm also puzzled of why she used. I mean, maybe it's nothing. Maybe they're like she did say they're open. So why did she use his phone to call the school? Like maybe she was out of battery, but then she was on her phone later while the kids are missing. She was playing on her phone.
So that's what's weird, right? So if 8 o'clock was a time, it might not look so strange that Cindy arrived right after the police. It's an hour and a bit, but how would she know? Because again, according to the timeline, so unless Malaya's 9:40 is just a bunch of bogus too, it could have made sense if it was 8 o'clock that they were last seen. She called her mom, in panic. They've been looking around for 20 minutes. It could make sense. But if Daniel, according to Daniel and Logan and stuff, like this grandmother didn't shed a tear at all.
No, and she had to ask to call 911. She obviously called 911 before her mother because they were running around looking. And then she said, "Should I call 911?"
Yeah. So anyways, I'll let you go. If you ever want to join me and Charmaine in that and whatever, or me again on a live, sorry if I did. This case is just bugs me, and I know it bugs you. But
Absolutely.
I honestly don't think that these people are pulling over the wool off smart people that know how to use, their thoughts and the information that's coming out, right? I think that we all have our natural gut instinct, and it's usually right about that stuff. So I'm saying us because, like, I know Charmaine and myself, right? It's like I said, when you smell shit, you just smell it right away, and there's lots of other people that just smell it right away. Because why? Because they're intuitive. Their gut instinct instantly picks up on it like a big red flag because it doesn't sound natural. It's not. Versus people that don't have that deep of, maybe, not everyone's a deep empath. Not everyone has that natural more ability to pick up on stuff, right? But I'm pretty sure that Malaya's interview and stuff like that isn't. I don't think it's one of those things where we're all wrong and type of thing. No, no,
No,
no,
no,
no,
it was
no.
definitely off-putting.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, Krista, thank you so much for joining the live. And like I said, just let me
Well,
know if you
thank
have.
you for having me.
No, yeah, I'm sorry if I talked way more than you. I
No,
always
no,
end up
that's
talking anyway.
fine. I like to listen too. It's
Yeah,
a puzzling case, so all the information, you kind of just take it in and filter it where you can. And anyway, I appreciate you.
yeah.
I appreciate the channel, and bye everybody. Good night. Thank you for listening
Thank,
to us.
thank you. Yeah. Okay. Have a good night,
Good night.
Charmaine. Good night. On there, Charmaine. Are you wanting to come up at all, Charmaine? Just to ask. Wasn't sure if you want to or if you're just chilling out now. Um. So God, the chat just moves. See which story, Kent. Ha 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 ha. Okay, actually, so Charmaine, let me know. But I mean, I do want to. Okay. I'm gonna go to a couple things here for you guys. And if you guys, again, if you guys, there was one person made me so laugh. Okay. You're literally coming to a channel with the most information when it comes to the kids, but we've shared almost all of it with you guys, right? So all the other channels could have it as well, and you guys could have it. Simple as that, right? It's about Lily and Jack. But shit, what was I gonna say? I literally lost my train of thought. What was I saying to myself? I don't even got anybody to back me up right now to remind me what I was saying. Oh, about okay. Sorry, I remember. I found my brain again. Sorry, you guys. I up at 4:30. Is that someone literally left a comment on a video, and it said, "I don't believe in psychics, and I'm unsubscribing from you. Bye. Have a nice day." So only when the information counts. Like, to me, that's just laughable, to be honest with you. I don't even know. Like, I literally laugh at comments like that. So I helped her and I blocked her because I made sure that if she wants to unsubscribe because she doesn't like psychics, but only wants to praise when you're, giving out the other information. Again, I have an open mind. A lot of people should always have an open mind. Why? You never say never. Okay? You never say never. If you don't believe in psychics, yeah, leave. Come back when we're not talking about one. I don't care. It's not like we spend our whole life talking about every single psychic, every single live. But at the end of the day, there are some good ones. And you know what? Again, there's no more information at this moment to give you guys. So there's a few channels that I personally watch. If people, and there's a lot of people that are into psychics and mediums. Trust me, there's a ton. And why not? If it's not your cup of tea, don't watch. If it is, stick around. But I'm only ever gonna promote people that I literally believe are more gifted in a sense. Now, okay, with this one, let me find it. Hold on, gotta find it. So Rich, what's his name? Okay. Feather and Flame. Okay. Okay. Call it wackadoodle because honestly, my husband walked in the room and I'm pretty sure he said words that I'm not going to say. And like, who the fuck is that? And, yeah, right. And I'm like, just because he looks a certain way doesn't mean he is. Either way, I mean, he's definitely entertaining to say the least. But he's doing it with this person from England, this other female. All I'm going to say is this. It was very interesting. If you can handle a little bit of nuttiness and, ADHD shit going on, and just listen to what they're saying, it's pretty good. Now, the one thing that I didn't like that was said, and that's just my own thing because I'm suspicious too, even though I do believe that both of these people genuinely, do their thing with reading and that. The only one thing I didn't like that was said was when I heard Sloan Bella's name, right? Because then I remembered back to what they said, and now I'm starting to think, wait, are you guys like playing off for Sloan Bella's stuff? I truly, if I was going by my heart, I'm going to say no. But of course, I'm going to side eye it because I heard them say, I didn't expect them to even know who Sloan Bella was, But, anyways, because one of the things that he said was, Jack's psychic. This kid is psychic. And I'm like, oh, wow, crazy. Sloan said the exact same thing. And then later he said Sloan Bella. And I was like, well, now you just took what I thought was just as crazy as Sloan's, and you guys are saying the same thing. But now, so all I say is this. I still think that they were being honest in their read. I do. Crazy, if you can handle crazy somewhat, watch it. And just take it with a grain of salt, like anybody else. Another one we showed yesterday was, hold on, I'm feeling naked. Wait, I didn't even look at Charmaine's answer. Did she even say she wanted to come up? I ask questions sometimes and I totally forget I do because I get wrapped up. Charmaine, did you? I don't know if she did or not. I don't know. Did Charmaine answer me, guys? Charmaine, answer me. Did you answer me if you wanted to come up or not? I'm just not sure because it's like 7 whatever. Yeah, it's up to you. Anyways, let me know in Messenger. That way I can take a look. Hi, I'm a real ginger. Okay. Another one we watched yesterday was, I'll just go to the channel because, let me just go to it actually. Hold on. Was Trish James. Okay, it's Trish James and Trish James. Okay. I really like Trish. 1 second. Hold on. Why is it not? Yeah, take me to the YouTube channel. No, that's not hers. Where's Trish? Oh, I see. It's like that person is. 1 second here. It's a crime. There we go. Let's get back to her channel here. Trish James. Okay. The one thing I really like about Trish myself is that I just found her very grounded. She's not hard on the ears at all. She's just very soft spoken, but it's one of those people that you watch and you just literally kind of like their personality. Like you just see honesty kind of coming out. And, right. Right. The mother's not controlling. Kelly, get back here. Got something else to tell you. Because the mother's obviously controlling the phone. Hot job. Good for Granny. Okay. Hold on. So stop that. And Aphrodite is another one, but this is Trish James here. She did one on Jack and Lily the other day. And I think it falls in line. Like, all I'm looking for when these readers, I'm not looking for you to siphon the information off this channel and then twist it to your own narrative and then make it seem like, like you're just literally repeating shit from the channel and saying that. But all I'm looking for is sticking within the lines of stuff of information that we've heard. Okay. And so if we know what Daniel has said and we know what Malaya has said and we know the information, I'm not looking for all these, far-fetched shit and stuff. I'm just looking for someone who's kind of in line with, the gist of the case per se, right? And there's some good ones and there's some bad ones. So anyways, and Aphrodite, Aphrodite, fuck, hate that name because it's a play on words as well, kind of like at crime and shame. But anyways, did M post on Facebook single and available? Well, she put herself as single. She didn't put single and available. But there's another person that we're just gonna watch a little bit of. Let me just go to it. So that's Trish James. Hold on. I'll put her. I should have done it with the other one as well, but whatever. Hold on. Copy, paste. Okay. So this is for all the people for Trish James. Again, just sincerity in Trish. Okay. She makes up her own cards. I've seen a lot of people that have bought her cards. As for the other one, let me go to that channel. Oh my God, he's got like a freaking Thunderbird there. I was on his video, but 1 second. Okay, copy. Okay, so this one is for, hello, Wendy. Paste. So that's for Richard Cardinal. Again, if you're bored, entertain yourselves. Okay, take it with a grain of salt. But just sometimes when you're listening to something, it might mesh with you, right? Listening to Sloan Bella, for me, the puzzle pieces, it just all made sense to me now. I was just looking for some clarity about what the possible reason is that this could have been a setup by one of the parents, perhaps, or that both of them had knowledge or something. I was just looking for all that information that we were given by Daniel and Malaya's text just to make sense, right? And I think it's clear by her videos, her video that she did, her interview, by her words, is that she's clearly saying that the children are always underneath of our supervision. And then she contradicts herself about the children don't normally go to the road. The children don't normally go into the woods, stuff like that, right? She totally go. And then she says that the children ran off. Again, she tells a story to Belinda. Are you really going to sit there in the midst of your children missing, have time to text like a fucking story about the children, basically, and give all those details? You're not thinking to do that. You're going to give those details to the police. You know, maybe your mother that's standing right there with you. But you honestly think you're just going to sit there? Doesn't make sense to do that. Now, let me just pull up another channel. Now, I haven't really talked about her too much. I know she's covered some of this case. And I know I remember listening to some of it. But hold on a second here. Let me just see this one. I came across the short. I think it was a short. No, it wasn't a short. It had to have been home. 1 second. I watched it today. It's not under. What is it? Oh, I think it was underneath lives. No, it wouldn't have been underneath lives. No, she was live. Darn it. You know what? I'm going to have to go back in my history. As long as it's there. 1 second. Oh, let's see here. No, that's too far back. That's from the other day. Maybe I went past it. Ah, here it is. Went past
Hey
it.
guys, so this is a little different.
Okay. Psychic Sleuth. Good friend of the channels. She's been on here. She's done a read for Aspen Connor when he was on here. I remember the read she did for Aspen. And I was like, shit. Because I did it as a birthday present because Aspen's birthday is July 13th and mine's July 3rd. So I had Psychic Sleuth come on here. Rochelle is her name. Come on here and do a read. And Aspen had told me things that were private that, me and him we literally just had a talk actually prior to Psychic Sleuth come on. He had no idea she was coming on. Anyway, so I got a Psychic Sleuth to give him a read. And even I was like sitting there going, well, shit. I mean, it was like she was just reading mine and Aspen's conversation, like as if she was there. And because at first it started off rough because Aspen, he's open, but he's not, right? He's not like me where I'd be like, so he was kind of thinking at first and talking about a bike. But again, he wasn't expecting it. But then once Second Sleuth got going into him, I knew what she was saying to him was accurate. And I was like, shit, she freaking hit the nail on the head with you there, didn't she, Aspen? So anyway, Psychic Sleuth, Rochelle, if you guys don't know who she is, again, I'll drop her, let's see here. Let me just go get her link here. You know what? She's a really great person. You have no idea how much Psychic Sleuth loves animals. I mean, I've seen her bring in lambs on the live. This woman has so many animals, dogs, cats. Like I said, she's had lambs, so many different things. The money that she makes from YouTube, it literally goes into vet bills, feeding these animals on there. Anyone that loves animals is, oh my God, she just loves animals. It's like she's her own personal shelter in a sense, right? Like I said, great person. So that I haven't really talked about her too much in this case. I think she did a live on it. I seen her put this one out, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to talk about Psychic Sleuth today because she put out this video, and I know it's kind of matching my thing about Daniel and him not being a part of it. But I thought I'd just share it with you guys, regardless, because she's a good friend of the channel, and I seen her do this, and I thought, yeah, you know what, I'll show it to you guys. Again, drop her link here. Oh, do I have it actually? Yeah, right here. Okay. So that's Psychic Sleuth's link. Again, just a good person. Just a good person. People try to shut her down sometimes, and you can see it hurts. It's just like it hurts, right? You're always trying to defend your channel against the attackers or the people that just want to cause drama and stuff like that. But anyways, figured, again, if you want to hang with this, I'm going to play it. It's about 10 minutes long. And just trying to find where I left it, people. Come on now. Oh, right here. I got to go back to it. Let me hit back.
Hey guys, so this is a little different today. I'm outside. I've got to get some things done. I wanted to do a video, so I didn't have time to sit and do one at the desk today. But I wanted to put this update out. I've been meaning to put it out for a couple days regarding Lily and Jack. But first of all, if you feel like you are called to support my mission on giving victims a voice and looking for missing people, all the ways to support me are down below for merchandise, Otter Spirit, or tips, or if you would like to book a reading. Okay, I just wanted to put that out there. All right, Casper's lounging today. So basically, what I wanted to put out is I think that the stepdad is lying. I don't think he was involved in the original, like in what happened to the kids. I think it's more or less on lying out of manipulation or cover up. There was a vision that I saw that I wasn't really sure about, where I saw them both in a vehicle. I'm not really sure what that means, because I feel like there was lies from her on what happened. And I don't think, again, that he's involved in the act, but I feel like they're, I don't know, lies, manipulation, cover up, because the astrology doesn't support him being involved in that way either, but maybe after the fact, or maybe, he's just trusting what she says for the most part. My little trouble dog. So I wanted to put that there, like he may be involved due to just to cover back to the fact sort of thing. but he might not know all the details. He might only be manipulated on what she has told him. So, yes. But basically, I wanted to put that out because I don't think that I really understood his like place in everything, because I didn't see that he was the one that did anything. I saw that, you know, when I felt high at the last reading, I wasn't aware that there was drugs involved at that time because it's not something I picked up, but I felt it. And Tracy told me my demeanor changed, and so she validated that for me. And I think that has a lot to do with the way that she acts and the way that she is, so to speak. Like, she already has like this postpartum mental issues, but then when you add drugs and fuel to the fire, it makes her unpredictable. And I feel like, again, there was a pressure point and a pressure building up that caused her to act. And I do, again, feel the timeline is earlier. I want to say it's Wednesday. That's what I've been getting. That's what the astrology seems to say as well. Also, I put in another tip. I don't know why they're not expanding the search and why they're keeping it within 2 miles. I'm getting like at least 5.5 to 6 miles in that area, like I was talking about. I continue to see it. It's got like, it's not far from the road. There's like a divot or a little tiny like bump or hill. And there's lots of leaves, debris, and things like that they were put under. Now, I had a dream the other night, or the other morning. It was bugging me because I was being very frustrated that I'm not being listened to. And at least they could at least check. I could be wrong, but at least look. It only takes a couple people to go over there and look at that spot. And there's also a curve in the road that is a reference point that I keep getting, like a wide curve in the road. It's a reference point. And they seem to be on the side where the curve is. But in my dream, she was encasing them in cement. But I'm not saying she did that. That was more symbolic. Like, she's trying to cover the situation. It's not that they're really in cement, so don't take it like that. It was symbolic. It's just a dream. So, but I never feel like he may have, asked questions and she may have not been completely honest. I feel like she's highly manipulative. And again, this is all alleged and this is all entertainment purposes. Okay. And again, where we want to think of Megan Boswell, Leilani Simon, like those type of women, I want to call them the dark mother narcissists. That's my name for them now, Casey Anthony. So, you know, if you haven't watched the first reading, that's what I feel happened. But I feel like there's some Neptunian energy around. So there's a little bit of, and there was that when I first tapped in, where there's a little bit of, I'm not seeing everything. I'm only seeing bits and pieces. And that sometimes happens, especially when the energy is so fresh and there's lots of things going on. And if there's a heavy Neptune placement, from what I understand in learning the astrology, that can have effect on how psychics see things and how we're able to see things. So, the stories don't add up because I think I feel like he's just covering in some way, maybe out of, he doesn't want to believe it. He doesn't want to be in trouble. I'm not sure if he knows where they are. That's the one thing I can't really get, because I did have the vision of them in the car together at some point. So I don't really know, or understand that. But as far as being in the act itself, he's not involved. This is all allegedly motherly energy in the chart and in my visions, and I don't feel that he was involved in what happened to them. I feel like she had reached a tipping point, a boiling point with them, and I'm glad that they took the other child away, because that was my concern. So that's basically the update I wanted to do really quick. And again, this is a little bit different than what you guys are used to seeing. But again, I'm trying to get around really fast, and I just didn't have the time to sit down, set up, and all that. I've been meaning to do this for a few days. So I don't feel that they're in the water or anything. I always get a wooded area with lots of leaves and things like that. It's just they're just really covered with debris, and it's a place that they know that they would be familiar with, that they could get to there and quick. They're and back quick. I don't feel like they drove very far or went very far. There's a time thing. I have to get there and back really quick. I have to get here and back really quick. So again, I'm not really sure. Again, in the chart and in my visions, he's detached from the main situation, but I feel like he's lying or covering up in some way, whatever that may be. Whether it's to cover his own butt or whatever. I feel like his grief is real. He really is grieving, but it might be for something he already knows. But he might not know the full story, if I'm making sense. That's the best I can read on him, because I mostly pick up her and her mental illness and drugs and all of that. I always feel very high when I kind of tap in, or ungrounded as I would feel.
Going to leave it at that. I know that she's done a bigger live on this. I'm going to drop her link again. So that's not the right link now, is it anymore? That's StreamYard. You always ain't getting that one. 1 second here. Psychics. So this is Psychic Sleuth. Make sure if you do go subscribe, give her some love and say it's from us and all that. She'll know. It's a crime and shame. like I said, there's times that we talk a lot, and then there's,
StreamYard. Where's I get that? 1 second here. Psychics. So this is Psychic Sleuth. Make sure if you do subscribe, give her some love and say it's from us and all that. She'll know it's a crime and shame. Like we said, there's fun.
Can you find it, Tremaine? Did you turn it off?
Were you talking to me?
Yeah, your thing was playing right, like the live was playing right through the speaker. Okay, hold on. Gotta go back to her thing. Psychic Sleuth. Oh, copy paste. Come on. The thing I don't like about this is when I do Control V, it always brings up the booster, the sound booster. Okay, so that's Psychic Sleuth. Okay, so go check her out if you haven't even heard of her. Again, love from It's a Crime and Shame. Actually, I never even thought, didn't even dawn on me that I should have asked her if she had time to come up. She's a very busy person, but again, she loves these animals. She has a shit. You guys, like I said, I mean, there's never a live that doesn't go by with some animal or animals in the picture and that. And again, she does everything for the sake of these animals, and she's just a great person, and I really like her. So, anyways, Charmaine, better?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can. So go ahead, Charmaine.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to do a couple things. So just so everyone's clear, Belinda's telling me on Messenger. A friend texted me and asked me if I saw the news. She sent me the post of them missing around lunchtime. So I text Malaya. Those are the only texts. So that's just to be clear on that. Thank you for Belinda. And she said Valerie wanted to see pics of me with the kids. Most of the times I was the one taking pictures. Now, I know that we've shared these already, so let me just quickly share them again, just because it's, of course, of Jack and Lily. So we'll do that. Again, this is somebody's grandbabies, And why is it that Belinda and Daniel are being the loudest voices for these children? Pretty much. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some people in the family on the Brooke side and stuff that are posting about Jack and Lily a lot. They might not be coming forward being voices like this, but there's some people in the family members that Jack and Lily. So respect to that. Absolutely. Right. Because for all they know, right, Malaya, is innocent of anything, and we don't know any answers. So that is correct. Right? They're just going by the information, and who's going to think that a possible loved one could have something to do with the disappearance of their own children? It happens, but that's just speculation. Nobody's been charged or anything to do with Jack and Lily. We have no idea what happened. We don't know the actual story. We could be totally way off base. Don't think so, but we could be totally way off base. Anyway, so let me just quickly show. Not those, my bad, not those. The Facebook quickly. Belinda's that posted. Okay, so Valerie, if you're not here, if you're here, so of course that's one with Belinda and little Lily there. There's little Jackie, right? Little Jack, and there's little Jack again. There's Belinda, grandma, paternal grandmother, with Lily and Jack. That's her home. With little Timbits I can see, making me hungry now, Belinda. Oh my goodness.
It was actually Lori that was saying about the pictures, and Valerie was responding to her. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now this picture, I don't even remember this picture.
I don't either. That's so cute.
Oh my God. I mean, I have a couple pictures where Jack and Lily have a pail, but when it's Easter, and then Jack has ocean toys in it. Hence why. So that, but oh my goodness, I just don't remember this one at all.
I've never seen this one before. This is adorable.
Oh my goodness, yeah. every time I do this, though, I mean, imagine what Belinda must feel. I'm looking at these and just want to tear up because as I keep looking at the picture, I'm just like, I know it's Jack and Lily, but I just want to cry because these are, I mean, you know how it is. You got grandbabies. Imagine that they just are gone, right?
I couldn't imagine, and it's hard to speculate when you can't relate to something, but at the same time, I try to imagine what I would do if something happened to one of my grandkids and it wouldn't be what's going on now by the mom's side.
I know.
They wouldn't not hear from me on the daily.
I gotta leave it on this one right here. Diamond is so darn cute on there. But anyway, so that's Belinda, the paternal grandmother. And so, like I said, she'll straighten me out if I say something wrong. Because I remembered, I thought she had said family friend that sent it to her, but then there was part of me that thought she said family member, and I couldn't quite remember. And there's no way I'm going back, like whatever at this point, like an hour and a half probably back, like not even more than that. But you have to scroll to go through all the conversation, and that takes a lot of time. I was one of those Native girls and never ever got justice and never spoke my story until these men died. Thanks for sharing that, Eliza. That is precious picture indeed. Valerie, Brenda, no, it was searched. It's not the area. Orly, hello. The lady speaking about Lily and Jack missing was great on there. You're talking about Belinda? Orly?
I think they're talking about Psychic Sleuth.
Oh, Psychic Sleuth? Oh, okay. Well, Belinda too, right? But yes. Again, sometimes I just get, sometimes I just get so wrapped up in my own thing, I forget to message my own damn son sometimes, because I go to work, come home, do a live, and all that stuff. And sometimes it's like Alexa. I message Alexa. I haven't talked to her in whatever. I mean, I guess I know it's a two-way street, but Alexa's usually messaging me to be like, hey, how you doing? It's been, type of thing. So anyway, I'm just really bad sometimes at that stuff. Not going to lie. I get so wrapped up and days just turn into weeks and stuff like that. I'm not good at, okay. The one thing I'm good at doing is talking.
Mm-hmm.
That's my best or worst trait, however you want to look at that. I talk all day at work as my job. And, someone might ask, how do you do it? Well, like I told my boss, well, it's either that or clean. And I'm not about to clean, so.
I wish I could be like that. Like if I don't have something to say, I can't just talk. You know what I mean? Like I just can't fake a conversation, and I can't just talk. I need to have back and forth. I need to have some kind of, I don't know.
Well, and it's much like, I mean, I can talk, don't get me wrong, but there's some days that I am really tired and I'm like, what exactly do I want to talk about? Right? Like, I mean, the same stuff, everything, but give me somebody else on the panel.
Yeah. And that's what I like. Sometimes when people are asking me if I'm going to do a live or if I'm going to start my channel, whatever. And I try to imagine myself, like I have nothing to say. And not that I don't think my opinions are important, because they're important to me, but I don't know that I could sit and talk to just a camera and kind of have a conversation with myself. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't have that kind of brain capacity, I guess.
And yes, Wendy, I know exactly who the Reckoning is. I can't say that I've watched her in quite a while, to be honest with you. But I mean, one thing I did like about the Reckoning, again, somebody that's just more what I just call them more grounded to earth. They're just doing a read, and you just don't feel like there's a bunch of manipulation going on there. And in a sense, like, I don't know how to say that without, right? Because there's some people you watch and it's almost like watching a hocus pocus, some of them have their stupid little freaking turban things on, like they're right in the mode of it and stuff like that. I can't do that. And I can't, but I do try to listen, but I also know when I'm listening, if I feel like they're just kind of full of crap and they're totally going way off base of reality, because most times cases are not like, this case might seem confusing somewhat, but really these type of cases do happen all the time. Like once we actually hear the answer, it's going to just fall into the same category as all the other categories of money, jealousy, like the same,
Yeah.
kind of like 5 categories, right, Charmaine?
Yeah.
They all kind of end up same with like the murdered, like the dad taking his 3 girls. Okay, like I said, it's kind of like they all end up being the same thing, kind of the
Yeah.
same thing. Why marriages fail, it's always money, cheating. So that's kind of what I'm saying here, is that
Yeah.
yes, this is a mystical kind of case, just like Sebastian's, but there actually is an answer. And once that answer comes to light, then it kind of goes into one of those categories per se. And
Absolutely. It will.
yeah,
And it's probably, the chances of it being exactly like something that we've speculated on, slim to none. Like when we find out what happens, and I'm positive that we will find out what happened here.
same.
But when it comes out, it's going to be, we're all going to sit back and say, well, why didn't I think of that? Like that's so not obvious, but you know what I mean? It's
Right.
just it's going
right.
to fit to one of
Yeah.
those categories, like you said.
Yeah, and media. I know who exactly James Von Prague is. I know John Edwards is. Really, like I don't respect Sylvia Brown at all because she got caught on her bullshit because she's the one that said, was it Elizabeth Smart? No, she
Sean
told
Hornbeck.
A.
It was Sean Hornbeck's family
Yeah.
that she told he
Yeah.
was dead, and he in fact wasn't.
Was alive. To me, there's ones like Sylvia Brown that they're so adamant at how good they are that they forget. It's almost like they just start believing their own bullshit, that whatever they say is whatever. That's how I felt about Sylvia Brown. I used to watch her and whatever, but then after a while she just seemed so full of herself, just so full of herself. It's almost like it the fame and all that shit got to her, and it's almost just like, yeah, but if I say it, it's truth, blah 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 blah. No, I like people like Tyler Henry, that's very grounded to earth, or John Edwards, that are very humble pie type of, and James Van Prague there, just humble pie. I mean,
When you're listening to a psychic, when you're watching a psychic, and I'm not talking about the tarot readers because they're kind of reading what they're feeling in the cards, but with a psychic like Sylvia Brown or John Edward, once you take the intuition out of it, as soon as you have any kind of, I guess, rational thought, for lack of a better word, then it's no longer intuition, and you can't trust that as a psychic, right? It all comes from your intuition and messages that are coming to you. And it's like the way Donna does it, she just sits there and she kind of gets herself into it, and she's literally rambling. Whatever comes to her is what's coming out of her mouth. But when you're in front of a TV camera on, what was the show, Montel Williams, Sylvia Brown was on there all the time, then it's more about the show and more about what can I say here that's going to be, salacious or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like she was putting too much thought into it. It wasn't her intuition anymore at some point. Do I think she had a gift? I do, but I think it got muddied by the fame and the money and everything that came with being Sylvia Brown back then.
Yeah.
She was like the only famous psychic that was on TV regularly.
At the time, yeah.
To the point where they were asking her about Nostradamus and end of days and what the afterlife is and stuff. So,
John Edwards. So when my grandma had died, and like I said, deaths are very hard for me. The first time I even knew about death was when I was 8 years old and my grandma Rini died. My mom was getting us ready. Now, my real dad, he's a big ass loser and he's dead too. I didn't go to his funeral because I was living in Alberta. And honestly, he wasn't worth that to me to go and spend money to go. He abandoned us as children. He skipped the country to England and back and forth between Vancouver and England all the time. Honestly, I felt sorry for him. that's why the only reason why I would even entertain seeing him was because some people are just not meant to be fathers. My dad was not meant to be a father and stuff like that. But so when my grandma died, at age 8, about I think 7 or 8, I think it was 8. That's the first time I learned about death. I remember feeling so nauseous trying to sleep. It was the first time I realized about finality of somebody that I would never see, my grandma Rini, which is my dad's mom. And he called us too late, and my grandma Rini ended up dying. And, so I was we were all a bit pissy about that because my dad could call us sooner. But anyways, he was always trying to, be with my mom, avoid my mom, right? For the child support shit. But anyways, so it's the first time I really realized about finality. Then when my grandma died in 2001, I comforted myself by watching John Edwards, right? Because for me, how do you explain it really when you're kind of trying to explain yourself? I always knew that life had a purpose, and that purpose was that we chose our own happiness, and that it was up to us to fulfill our dreams, not for the dreams just to come whack you in the face as if, to expect them. So I always knew that from when I was young that my life was more like a YOLO life, right? I was just a free bird running free, whereas my twin sister is the opposite of me. But anyways, so I always knew from a young age that life was about being a good mom when I had children, and, obviously falling in love with someone, and that was going to be my happily ever after, and just living in my world of happiness myself. So anyways, when my grandma died and I was watching John Edwards, it just gave me comfort because I didn't know, meaning I just was searching myself for the truth about, is there an afterlife? Is there not? Because you look at these people that talk about UFOs, that they talk about the afterlife, and you want to believe them, but you want your own proof that it exists. So one day I was, after my grandma died, now I had this obituary of my grandma's. And so anyways, whenever I would go down the stairs, and I lived in a townhouse, and it was kind of like down, 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 around. And at the bottom of the stairs, I had this shelving that had the things that I had bought my grandma that I got back from my mom, and that a little, I still have it. Where's the bell? Where is that bell? Come on, you got to be around here somewhere. Anyways, darn it, somewhere. Anyway, so I have this bell that I bought my grandma, with an engraving on it. Sometimes I ring it. Where the hell did it go? But anyways, and my grandma was born on Remembrance Day, and November 11th. Okay, so I had this draft dog. I basically had a little shrine of my grandma's stuff. So every time I would come downstairs in the morning, I'd be like, this is me, right? I don't go to graveyards, even though I've been to the graveyards a little bit, but I barely go to graveyards because I don't want to go there looking at a dead grave that has a bones and body in it. I just try to remember the good life of knowing my grandma and celebrating that part of it. Now, so I would come down the stairs pretty much, every day, see my grandma sing. Sometimes I'd ring her bell, and I'd just be like, "Hey, grandma, how's it going? Have a good day, grandma. See you later. Talk to you later." It was kind of like my thing to do. Sometimes you have heavier days. This one day I come down, and this is the first time myself that I would say, yeah, you can say it's coincidence, but okay. But this particular morning, I was like, "Grandma, is there really life after death? Can you just give me a sign? I'm tired of thinking about it now." So anyways, I go about my day, totally forget about it, in a sense. I'm up, and this is when I'm with my ex-husband, which is the same ex-husband that I have a child with, one child. That's all I have. Matthew, my son, he's 28 years old, still in Whitecourt with his dad up in Alberta, right somewhere near where Charmaine lived up there. But anyways, without knowing it. Anyways, so I go upstairs and I go to the computer room. We have my ex-husband's computer there, big ass one. And there was this big ass stack of papers on his desk of just a bunch of shit, right? And I was usually the one to clean up that room. Anyways, I was looking for something. Can't tell you what I was looking for. I know I wasn't looking for the obituary. So this big stack of papers, I just take my hands and I went, brrr, and then I see this piece of a clipping faced upside down, meaning when you guys see auto sales on the back of a piece of newspaper. So I went, brrr, oh, okay, interesting. That's weird. I wonder what that is. Anyways, I kept flipping through it. And then all of a sudden something said to me, go back to that piece that you just looked at. Even though it was just an upside down piece of newspaper, wasn't even thinking about my grandma's, obituary. So I go back to that piece of paper, find it again. And all of a sudden I turn it over and I'm like, oh shit, that's where it went after 6 months. So that was the same morning that I asked my grandma to give me a sign. I wasn't looking for her obituary at all. I was doing something else and I just happened to flip through the pages. And so I was like, in my head at this point, I'm like, thank you, Grandma. Thank you. Right. Feeling like she gave me a gift of a little bit of knowledge. Right.
Absolutely.
But then and so, then the next experience was bigger. That was when Jaron died. And that was a side nephew to me at 3 years old from meningitis. I didn't ask for him to come into my brain. I just thought it was my brain talking to me because I have a son that's 5 years old. He's died of meningitis, and my heart just felt so horrible. I'm not going to get into the whole story, so I'm just going to give you the very fast route about this. He told me 2 words. That's after I said to him, I'm not going to be a cracker jack. I can do a lot of things. I can keep an open mind, but I'm not going to tell your mother that her dead child is speaking to me in my head. I'm just playing a game with myself in my head is what I'm believing is going on. So I was just like, nope, not doing it. And then he says, right in my head, he says, what if I tell you 2 words? If I tell you 2 words, will you promise to tell my mom that I'm sad because she's sad, but tell her that I'm okay? And I'm like, okay, I'm a fair person. That's fair. I can do that. If I hear these 2 words, I will literally keep my promise to you. A week later, the funeral happens. The 2 words were Tay and Popo. Okay. The whole session, the whole church thing, right? The freaking pictures of Jaron on the wall, blah, 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 blah. Michelle's the mother, very strong lady, by the way. Jaron died what they thought was a flu. Started getting black marks and bumps, took him to the hospital, died on the way to the hospital, 3 years old. Okay. So of course, anyone's heart's going to hurt, especially when it's, my mom's other half's, daughter's child type of thing, right? I only met him twice, but regardless, right? You're just empathic and human to care. But anyways, so go through the whole funeral thing. I figure, well, I didn't hear these 2 words. I guess I'm off the hook. But I'm kind of sad because I wanted to believe that what I heard was true. So at the end, this is the podium. Michelle's talking. I look down. I'm looking like this, looking through my bangs. And I can see that she's like, everything's about to end, right? Just end. Michelle literally is at the podium. She goes, doot, 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 moves a couple steps. And then she comes back to the podium and she says, I don't know if anyone knew this, but Jaron had 2 favorite toys, his Tay and his Popo. Well, my mouth just dropped right then and there. I literally said, holy fuck, like to myself. And I was like, holy fuck. I did not just hear those 2 words. You guys, imagine somebody's getting off the podium. They've made their way, that they've taken a couple steps, and then they literally back their ass up to go back to the podium just to say that. That's exactly how it happened. And that's when I said, thank you. Thank you for the gift of knowledge. Now, am I one of the best outlets to come through? Absolutely. In my family, I'm the most freest bird of us all, right? Because I'll keep an open mind. I don't like to be judgmental towards, like, I don't care if you're, 2 gay guys or freaking 1 female or if you're purple or whatever. I don't care about that stuff. I only ever care if you're just a decent human being. I don't care to judge people on how they're living their lives, as long as you're not abusing children or you're not abusing anyone, right? That's different. But I don't care what other people do. Live your life, live it to the fullest. If that means that you got 7 wives and those 7 wives are happy or whatever, I don't care. Just live your life to be true to yourself, right? So that gave me the gift of knowledge. I'll never forget it. I spoke to Jaron, and I still do randomly here and there, not like I used to. For about 5 years, I'd be like, "Hey, Jaron, how you doing?" Right? And I know my mom comes around me. I know that whenever I see 1111, I'm just like, 1111, make a wish to the husband. But really, it's my way of going, I know you're here. You don't got to worry about it. I've had enough experiences that I don't even question it no more. So for me, I know that I was given the gift that we can communicate, and all we need to do is talk to them. But I didn't ask for Jaron to come into my head and tell me these 2 toys that I had no clue about. I didn't know I met him twice. How am I supposed to know about Tay-Tay and a Popo? I double up words all the time. So you have to know that I'm totally thinking it's just my brain telling, like I say Paigey, right? I say Haley, Bailey, Paigey, Wagey, Bear, stuff like that. I do that all the time. So I'm just thinking it's really just my head talking to me. But I know that that was a gift of knowledge. And yeah, am I a good person to come through? Absolutely. You know what? Come on, tell me where Jack and Lily are right now. Come through me. I would love it to happen.
Listen, something going on in chat right now. We need to backtrack a little bit on Eliza's messages because people are really wanting you to take note of what she's saying. So let me just.
What did you say, Eliza?
Yeah. So go back to 7:20 p.m. Eliza said, Google Nova Scotia ley lines. You'll see the center is Gairloch Road. Truro area is in there too, and it lines up to PEI Murray River area, where there is a large man-made Star of David in PEI.
I wanted to look at that, to be honest with you.
That Star of David is located on Girl Scout Camp Road in PEI. The waters seem lawless, in my opinion. DFO is the only ones out there, and in all honesty, they're outnumbered on the water. And then she goes on to say,
Google Nova Scotia ley lines.
I was scared to say anything on here, but I keep feeling like I had to break my silence. I want eyes on the waterways too. So probably need to go back further. The full moon tomorrow, that means something to these rituals. They would be kept alive for their rituals. Oh.
Okay.
Interesting.
So Eliza, can you just by chance, because it's hard for me on a live to sit there and try to find all this back. Is there any way that you can email me at Criming Shame with anything that you want to share that for me to take a look at? So she's saying Google Nova Scotia ley lines. You'll see the center. Well, while we're here, Charmaine, do you want me to take a look?
Absolutely.
Okie dokie. So Google. Okay, you read it. So I'm on Google. It's a different thing. So Nova Scotia. Whoops, hold on. Nova Scotia. Come on. Ley lines. Okay. Why is my things all capped? Okay.
In PEI, though, just hang on. Oh, yeah. Google Nova Scotia ley lines. You'll see the center of Gairloch Road, Truro area is in there too, and it lines up to PEI Murray River area, where there is a large man-made Star of David, which corresponds, I believe, what we're getting at to one of the visions that Donna Serafina had, the star.
But when I pull up in Google Earth, Nova Scotia ley lines, nothing comes up for that. Like when I type that in, Nova Scotia ley lines, PEI, because I don't know. Okay, so we know here is this. So, yeah, so, like, okay, let me try to, I'll just go, and sorry, because
Did you
Do you
get
have it?
this? Is this what comes up when you search? I'm putting it in chat right now. It's a link.
Okay, hold on.
It's quite a read. I don't know that you'll get to it all today, but
Oh, what? Charmaine, which one is it? There's two, like you put.
it's just a really long one.
Okay. Nova Scotia. Oh, Canada lays. So ley lines in Nova Scotia are a fascinating topic explored through the lens. Okay, 1 second here. So, just 1 second. I did. Canada ley lines.
Oh yeah, it's a nautical map. Ley lines.
No, it's not going to do that. It's totally taking it out. So, yeah, because I mean, obviously, we want to use Google Earth here, or at least Google something. Can I put in the Star of David or something?
Well, look up, what did she say in PEI? PEI is a lot smaller. So Prince Edward Island. What did she say? The Murray River?
What if I went up what is it called? Murray River?
I'm just double checking that because that's where the Star of David is apparently.
Okay, 1 second here. Can I put in Star of David? Star of David.
Oh, Girl Scout Camp Road in PEI.
Okay, Girl Scout Camp
Road.
Oh my God, I'm going to type Scout Camp Road. Okay, PEI. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? Nothing's coming up for Girl Scout Camp Road PEI. Everything's showing the US, even though I got PEI there. Let's see. Let me see if it takes me anywhere. Come on. Take me somewhere. Yeah, it's just taking me to PEI.
Oh.
Thing is, yeah, because people are saying stuff, but yet, you know what? Let's see here. Girl Scout. Just give me a business or something that's within relation at all to this address. Girl Scout, because it's not all it's showing is can't become PE. Yeah, because Google's the one that has to do the work here. One sec. Now I gotta find where I am. Oh, I'm over here. Eliza, get new link.
Pictou. Oh wow, that's really, really close to where the ferry. Yeah, I guess that's what Ken said.
I just need a point of reference to put into Google Earth.
Go to Murray Harbor.
Okay. Murray Harbor. Let's try that. And that's PEI?
Yeah.
And it's AY? Murray Harbor.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Murray Harbor Road. Murray Road,
Harbor and the Murray River. The Murray River is off to your left of that. And apparently that's near where that Girl Scout Camp Road is. And I'm just looking
Camp Buchanan? Is that called Camp Buchanan? Children's Camp?
Maybe.
Yeah, because we can't exactly type in Girl Scouts if it's actually got a name to it. Is this what you're talking about? Camp Buchanan? I can't see the chat, so go ahead and let me know. Am I in the vicinity?
This is Eliza. Murray River area. What? You can see the star from the satellite, but I don't see the star from my map.
That's the Star of what? David or something?
Yeah.
I need to use Google Earth. I can't use Google Chrome. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Star of David. Okay. Is it in PEI? Star of David? Is it in PEI? I don't know. A?
Yeah, that's what she said, but I'm not even. It might not even be.
Oh, we're going across the earth here. Obviously, it's not it. It's not it. There's only was two things that came up for Star of David. Okay.
Just a minute. I'm looking for you, Jane.
Found you, Jane. I have it up here because it's near the pumpkin farm. Oh, you talking about Pete's? I have it up because it's near the... Okay, so hold on. If it's near the pumpkin farm, Peter's Pumpkins, you mean? Is that what you mean, Jane? Tell me if... Only because I have to keep coming back and forth, so tell me what she's saying if you can, Charmaine.
Yeah, I will. I'm just going back to see what she... Oh, I have it up on Google. 1 sec. I will find the link. You can't post links.
Well, hold on. Are you guys talking about the big star that we've seen of Donna's? Or in that big circle thing? No, that's not the Star of David, though. 1 second. Okay, we got Peter's Pumpkin here. And then we got...
Peter Pumpkins.
Okay, and then we got this thing here. You guys aren't talking about this, right? If you guys are talking about this?
Is that near the Peter's Pumpkin?
Well, Peter's Pumpkin's off to the right-hand side.
Go in closer, she said.
I just don't know if this is what they're referring to because this is.
Well, she just said going closer.
Well, Jane's saying that.
Yeah, Jane's saying going closer. Yes, and the lines run under it.
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore, to be honest. Thought we were talking about waterways.
The website of the Star of David has the Google map on the website. And can you just tell me really quickly what the website is? Because I Googled man-made Star of David in PEI and it came up with nothing. So if you tell us what website that is, that would be really helpful.
I'm lost too, actually. I don't even... The website of the Star of David has the Google map on the website. Okay, 1 second here. 1 second.
All I Googled was man-made Star of David.
Eliza, 1 second. Eliza, we don't see your links in here because regular viewers can't post links. Only mods can. So can you do me a favor? Can you send me the links to @crimingshame@gmail.com? So @crimingshame@gmail.com, but @crimingshame@gmail.com. Can you do that? Or actually, hold on a sec, Eliza. To make my life easier right now, I'm just gonna mod you up for a minute so you can drop links, and then and then I'll have to take it away, of course. But I'm just going to add you as a standard moderator. So now you should have a wrench. So now you can drop your links for me if you could, please.
Yeah, for sure. Like if you need to tip this stuff in, Eliza, the number is scrolling across your screen there. You can do it anonymously. You can, there's an app if you're in Canada. You can download an app. The app, let me just pull it up, is called
Provincial Park.
P3 Tips. And then you just go through and you can pick Nova Scotia, Pictou County, and enter your tip there. And you remain anonymous, or give the tip line a call.
Yeah. Eliza, you can drop your links now. So I gave you a wrench.
Joe, that's very good information. Thank you for sharing.
What'd Joe say?
Satan will deceive the faithful with ley lines.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Joe said, I want to come up on your panel.
He did.
It's not going to be today, though. I told him to email me, and he never did.
He's shy.
Yeah.
And also look at King's Castle Provincial Park. It's across the water from the Star of David, and there is a big...
Yeah, sorry, what was that one? Okay. Oh, No, you can drop a link in here now, Eliza. You go ahead. You got a little wrench, so you can drop a link now.
Yeah, so if you're on the website, just copy that address and then paste it into the chat.
Yeah. Healing Present Christian Retreat, Prince Edward Island, Canada is the name of the retreat center. I thought there was something about King's Castle Provincial Park. That would probably be easier to find. King's Castle. Okay, let's do this. King's Castle Provincial Park. Why can't things just be easy and just say PEI instead of UK, Florida? King's Castle Provincial Park. Come on now. Is that in PEI? Is that in PEI? Where the heck is this going to take me? It's only one. Yeah. Are we going to PEI? Nope.
Ooh.
We're going to Paint Kings. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Okay. So.
There, she's dropped the link.
Did she drop a link? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. Let's go back over here. Let's go back to this part of the world.
Joe, we can't make you a mod just yet because you speak French and stuff, and it's weird. Yeah. So, and then she's also dropped healing.
Okay, hold on. We'll go in that I'm. Let's see here. Okay, let's go to the first one that you dropped. Let me just find you here.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, wait. It should be after this. Okay, here's one. Something about healing. Presence. Okay. Is there like some sort of... So, what's with the healing presence retreat? Home? Hold on a second. Oh my God. My brain hurts now. Okay, hold on. I don't believe in woo-woo, but I know a lot about metaphysical topics. Well, then there's a good balance there, isn't there? Great. So the healing one, what's this one? Vortex Maps, Nova Scotia. What's this one? Uh-oh, it says it's forbidden. We don't have access to that one. This Vortex Maps, it says forbidden. Yeah. No, Kent. It's just your illusion. We're not still on. Okay, hold on. So, okay, so let me stop screen here for a sec. So this is what I got. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with this though. Tree of Life, Labyrinth, your photo gallery is this. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with this. Oh, there's some lovely couple right there, Barbara and Jim Wilson. I was and I did, Sammy. I think she meant Sunny. I was and I did. Well, that link that you gave, it just says forbidden to me. The healing presence. Okay, that one, that's what I have up, don't I? I got this freaking healing. Yeah, his healingpresence.org. That's where it takes me. What are we looking at on this? Yeah, the vortex map thing. Let me go back to it. The vortex maps. Yeah, I'm just going to show you right now. Clicking on your link. See what I get when I click on it? Forbidden. You do not have permission to access this resource. That's exactly what I get. So, yeah. So I don't know what to say about that. That's where it's taken me. We are all forbidden. Hey, Steffa. So, 1 second. Just 1 second. I hate it when things are this difficult. Star of David. Where's the Star of David again? PEI. I don't see no Star of David about anything. Star of David. Oh, wait. No, Jewish belonging. A massive headache right now. Seriously. Sunny, I emailed you a pic of what I think she's referring to. Okay. Thanks, Dogs Karma. Yeah. Sorry, whatever you're sending me, I'm not sure there, Eliza. One's forbidden and the other is some healing presence. I'm not sure what the healing presence one's supposed to mean. Crime shame. Gmail. Okay. Okay. Oh, I thought you sent me actually something there, Dog Karma. Like, I thought you sent me a link or something for this. I'm just, honestly, I'm getting a headache now. It shouldn't be this difficult to find something on Google Earth. We've had King's Castle, Star of David, ley lines, and nothing's kind of coming up here. And I'm not from that side, so somebody, please just help out. That could be useful. Go to the end of the Girl Guide Camp Road. Well, we already put up Girl Guide Camp Road, and guess what, Deborah? Nothing came up. There was Buchan Camp or something like that. I have no idea. Go to the maps, Healing Presence Retreat Center, and there is a star. What map? Okay, hold on. Let me pull that up. Presence Retreat. Okay, I'm right here. And I'm supposed to go where? To on this thing? Right? Go to the maps. What maps? Healing Presence Retreat Center. And there is the star. What maps? Let's see. How to find us. How to find us. That hasn't. So that's where the maps are. Is how to find us. Okay. So there's this girl thing. Okay. So let's take a lookie. So there's Murray Harbor there. Wait, can you guys see what I'm seeing a little bit? Here, let me try to take us off screen, make us bigger here. PEI, what are you looking at? Guess we're looking for this. Support. Stefa, did you find it? Is it different than what I'm showing right now? Okay, hold on. Oh, my brain hurts. June 6th, found safe. The 16-year-old female who was reported missing earlier today from Truro has been found safe. Was that what you're showing me, Kent, I think? Yeah. Don't know what the name is, though. RCMP said thanks to Nova Scotians for assisting with the missing persons file through social media shares and offering tips. There we go. There we go. Thank you, people, through social media and offering tips. Okay, so Steph, if you found it, you're going to share a link in email. No, it's at Criming Shame, Eliza. Put an A, and then you got it perfectly. Okay, put an A before the criming. Like A by itself, not E-A-H-A. Just want A, okay, apple. See how quickly they find people? Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm back.
I'm sorry. I've got a headache now. Children of the Corn. Okay. So Stepha's going, I found it, Sonny. Where is it? Sent a photo. Okay. So she's sending it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. That's what you're talking about. So that's okay. So this is what. Okay.
What's happening? Did you find it?
Well, I came across finally on this, like, it's like you're being sent stuff and it's kind of like I found this map in how to find us. And then it has a map. But let me quickly show you guys one second. So this is what Steph has sent. Did I take a picture of it? 1 second.
I thought you went to bed, Kent.
Yeah, I know, right? Kent always says that. Okay, so this is what Steph has shared. Okay. So
Type Star of David symbols, Nova Scotia, don't go map.
I think that these are what Dog Karma was saying about, like, the ley lines.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what the ley lines are. I don't even know
They're
what
just
ley lines
nautical. Yeah.
Oh, it is a star formed out of the trees near the Healing Presence Retreat Center. It looks bigger than a star formed out of trees.
So, like, can I just ask what are we thinking here, Chad? Like, are we thinking that this is all part of some kind of Native American ritual?
Wow.
Or are we thinking that this could be a location that the kids are because, and I'm not being facetious, I'm really wondering, like, what we're thinking.
I see. I'm not gonna lie right now. I don't do any sort of Bible stuff. I was forced to read the Bible. I read it somewhat when I was a child. Other than that, I just went to church to get a free cookie. No idea what a Star of David would.
I don't.
That's a hexagon. I know what a hexagon is. Is that a hexagon? Hexagon is 5? Or is that a pentagon? I thought pentagon was 5.
Yeah, I saw that stuff. I did, but I'm struggling to find like the
Okay.
scenario that we're digging into here.
Thank you so much, Ozzy, by the way. And thank you, Jane, as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Bless. Appreciate that. Make sure I get that in there so I don't forget you. Because my music's not going off, or normally I'd see it faster. I got to chat. I have no idea what's happening. Yeah, I think, Liza, you're messing with our brains. Well, at least this account address isn't 666. Well, the thing is, I think, you think this has to do with all the Wiccan-y stuff and the spell casting stuff and stuff like that? Okay. Go ahead, Valerie. Spell it out for me. She isn't wrong about the waters being used for malicious purposes. Quite a few times, some of these psychics, even the one that I told you, that Richard guy, they keep talking about the waterways and how, they keep talking about Halifax Harbor and a container. Heard that now. And the water, I've seen a lot of people pull up a boat and stuff like that. Now, we do know that Sloan said that this is, like what Malaya was doing it for didn't turn out to be what she thought it was. What she thought was to protect the children. I don't know if this is some sort of Wiccan spell and shit like that. Maybe she felt like these children, through her postpartum depression shit going on, needed protection of some kind.
I think it's more along the lines of the native traditions, and I don't want to say sacrifice, but native traditions, maybe.
Okay, Google Earth, near the Healing Presence Retreat Center. Google Earth, near the. Okay, well, let me. Yeah. 1 second. We'll get there, people. Okay. Let me remove that. Okay, wait. Let me bring up this healing thing again. 1 second. Gotta share screen. Healing presence. Okay, let me just see if I could do this. Okay. So if this is, can I make it? Can I go in there? Come on now. I can't make it bigger. Okay. So we want to be near Sunbeam. This is where my home is, right here, obviously. Sunshine Beach House. Okay. So we want to be here, right, people? What was that thing called again? Well, you know what? Let's just take us over to White Sands. If we can get to White Sands, I think we're there, right? Oh, contact info. Oh, there we go. That's what we're wanting. It is called Girl Guide Camp Road, but it didn't show up in like Google Earth like that. But let's try. And so, that's because it's called PE, not PEI. Hey, whatever happened to the I for PEI? Whatever happened to that? Google. I'm looking at myself right now. How did I get back to here? Can you guys see? Hold on. My God, Charmaine, my brain hurts. Okay, stop screen. Present screen. Share. I guess this is my Google Maps. Oh yeah, because I took us there. Okay, get rid of that. Let's get rid of all that shit right there. Go away. And let's put up Girl Guide Camp Road.
I gotta say, this is like a Monday night rabbit hole that I did not anticipate. Steffa,
Yep.
Stop it right now.
What is she doing? She instigating? Okay, so there's the retreat.
She said, oh no, it's the Odins, damn it.
A Delphi case. Okay, so what am I looking at here, people? And you spelled Odin's wrong, Steffa. Not native, pagan, Wicca, European traditions. There you go. Get schooled, Charmaine.
Well, I'm just trying to, I'm trying to keep it religiously. What I don't even know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to think of all, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
because with all the talk about reservations and the kids being granted their status after 3 times of being denied, and there is a correlation there. But I mean, do we have any? Well, and the reason why I say that is because we do have information to point us down that road for, the kids being granted their status and yada, yada, yada. Do we have any information that would support this? Like, maybe if Kelly was here, she could enlighten us as to maybe what their belief system is over at Grandma's house.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just it's just, like I said, it's a rabbit hole, and it's got some weight to it. And Stepha, I agree, it was funny, allegedly.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Oh, hey.
There it is.
That is pretty. It's a maze.
Send that over to Donna. Maybe she's maybe she's seeing ley lines and not overhead wire lines. Maybe she's seeing spiritual.
Here, hold on. Actually, hold on. I'll do it this way.
That's the labyrinth.
That's called the labyrinth.
Yes, ladies. Let's
So how do I make these ley lines appear?
I think that's more of a mythical.
Yeah. So I got all borders and everything to be shown. Anybody?
Not Native American. This goes back to British. They brought this here.
Tell my husband that. You go ahead and you tell my husband that.
Oh, Jane too. She's in the UK.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now,
is there a building in that area? Sunshine wants to know.
Yeah, right there. Can't you see it? That little red blop on the map. What does she want? What does she want to know?
It's just not just Sunshine. You're very special to me, Sunshine, but just Sunshine asking if there's a building in that area.
Yeah, right here. The Girl Guide Camp one. 1 second. Right here. You guys want to go down and see it? Let's go. See how good Google Earth is or isn't. Oh, obviously they don't take pictures of here too well anymore. Do they now? Come on, Google. Yeah, it's not a good one. But that's what it is. So that's considered a Star of David. That where is it? Is this considered a Star of David?
No, what she was referring to was a man-made Star of David, so probably like a monument or something.
It's pretty though, I'll tell you that much.
Use ley lines to build churches over. The connection here is that if it is ritualistic, then this would be the hot spots, and the search stopped a few kilometers from the center of this star.
What search? Like, aren't we totally on a whole different island? Yeah. Isn't this on PEI, not Nova Scotia? Correct, right?
I thought so. Remy Stuff says ley lines hold power. They are invisible, energetic ones that connect sacred sites. Imagine watching and you like, hey, that's my house. Yeah, that's definitely funny, Mama.
Imagine seeing that thing decorated at Christmas time, yeah. They are invited, energetic ones. Sherman, I think we need to pick up on our ritualism shit. We're obviously...
Oh, I mean, I kind of have a busy schedule. I don't know that I can
We need
I
to
don't know
figure
if
out.
I can school myself that quickly to make a difference in this case, but for sure, like if this is something that you believe has never been tipped in, then I would tip it in. Was it confirmed they were granted enrollment after a number of attempts? Yes, depending on what you mean by confirmed. Daniel did tell me that they were granted status after they went missing and that they had been denied 3 times in the past.
I
And,
want to know why that happened.
and
Somebody,
baby Mika was never, still to this day, not granted status.
someone from the res over there, you guys tell me why that would happen to get denied and then all of a sudden they go missing and get granted status. I want to know because I don't know. But anyone that can give insight to that, I would love to know why that happened. Can anyone enlighten us? And thank you for showing me that star. It's beautiful. I'm sure it would be a much shorter drive to take the ferry directly across to PEI.
I'm gonna have to go. I can hear my dog barking outside, so I gotta go feed him.
Oh, yeah, you're just bailing now. Charmaine's like, yeah, this is too much for me now.
Well, they dug the rabbit hole. I led you into it, and now I found my way out.
You know what's another 5-hour live between friends, right? Okay, Charmaine, you get going. Love you, girl.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
Let
talk.
me know next time you're going live, and we'll talk.
Pretty sure it's going to be tomorrow, probably. But maybe I might take a break tomorrow. Depends, unless some groundbreaking or shattering news comes out. Sometimes I just need a day to research shit. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
You know.
Okay. We'll talk to you soon. Bye. Love you. Thanks, everybody.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Yeah. Okay, we're not going anywhere yet, people. Just stay. All right. Sunny, the last email I sent you, if you read the source, is reliable enough, but it will answer your question. You know what? And this is the part that sucks. Is I can't lie in bed and read my darn emails. I have to do it on my computer. My ass is a little bit sore, but I'm sticking around for you guys. Not just because I can go eat and go pass out right now if I really wanted to. I'm gonna hang in there for you guys, okay? Because you guys are all active and everything. There's still 225 people watching. Sore ass, but whatever. I can get over this. See the star to the top right? Can someone answer? Oh, the CBA news. I know there's a lot of people that shitting on that stuff, and I actually meant to ask. Evil Exists if that's him because I always see his videos on there. But anyways, that's where Daphne posted, and then it went to Facebook. So let me put it this way: I don't find CBA to be like a horrible piece of junk mail type of thing. I actually find it to be informative. And some people are making it seem like it's just a bunch of lies. So let me put it this way. I've read lots of stuff from CBA News. And honestly, I find that it's just, you know what I mean? Good news for the most part. It's telling the facts of the case. Yeah, so I don't have a problem with it. Court documents obtained by the Chronicle. About what? Is there something you want me to pull up and show, Brenda? If there's something you want me to pull up, just send it to me and I'll pull it up. Guys, boat was not running. And if there was other cameras and on the bridge when you enter PEI, the police would know if you came there. Okay, 16. It's not like I can copy and paste that, sadly. One sec. Can I do it this way? I think I might be able to do it this way. Copy. Paste. search. Nova Scotia. Is this where you're taking me to? Is this where I'm supposed to be? Eliza? Is that where I'm supposed to be? Hi, Justice Jane. You should read it first. Last one I sent you. Oh, but wasn't that a freaking book to read right now? Yeah. Thank you, Gigi Canada. Sunny, I think the tribe granted status to the kids so the tribe could provide extra benefit resources to the family since the kids are missing. So I prefer not to say what it says in here. Well, to be honest, Brenda, now I'm just getting confused because dog's karma, unicorn, and then other names. So now I'm just kind of getting confused. Pretty sure it's this one. Oh, you're talking about that whole CBA thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to read all that stuff on this live. I'll have to read that after. Yeah, no, my brain's too tired for all those. That's like a freaking booklet over there. So I'll have to look at it after. No, I sent another email. Is it the CBA News June 8th one? Or is it a different one? That looks like I'm talking about the one that's talking about CBA News. Lost in the Woods, taken of Lily and Jack, full story revealed. Is that the one you're speaking about? Just went over my house. That is the one. Great. I guess I'm more tired than I thought now. 1 second. Gotta get rid of that. I gotta get rid of that. Like all these tabs open. Okay, hold on. Right. I'm just trying to understand. Stuff. The first ferry leaves Lilly. First ferry leaves in the care about 8:30 a.m. You know, I gotta itch my back. 1 second. Just talk to me. Can I see the star again? Ain't going back over to the star yet. My brain already hurts, Pamela. Ain't going back over to that star yet. Star's beautiful, though. They got status because they have been on the reserve. Also makes it harder for them. The RCMP do. Well, see, that's just false. That's just false. What court documents? What? Just send me it again. Just send me the email again if you could. Court documents. Okay. So, but is there a link to the Chronicle Herald? Okay, I see. I get it. Okay. So without showing, it's like okay, let me just show you what this looks like, okay? Stop screen, share screen. Okay, this is what I see on my screen right now. Whole lot of words. Is this the one you're speaking about, Brenda? Hold on, let me take this down. Just gonna make sure, 1 second. Okay, so if I make it big screen, is this what you're talking about? Just, please, just yes or no. That's all I need to know now. My brain hurts, people. Sorry, but it does. I'm reading so much shit. I don't know what people are saying. I don't even know what's going on at the moment. But is this the one you're talking about? Didn't take too much, but the lower percentage is more difficult to obtain it. I just want to know, is this what I'm supposed to read? Is this it? It's probably the 45-second delay as well. That doesn't help. But if I make it less, yes. Okay, so got a yes. And there is the delay there before you can respond. Okay, so I'll leave it up here and then I'll read that. Okay, thank you, Brenda. Okay, so, okay. See, this is the stuff like Evil Exists, right? Belinda fires back, Lily and Jack Sullivan. So that's why this reminds me of Evil Exists. Because there's everything I keep seeing is, so I wonder if Evil Exists is his thing. Okay, Lost in the Woods or Taken. The disappearance of Lily. Hold on. Can you guys see okay? Okay. All right. I'm gonna read you guys a story. All right. Of Lily and Jack Sullivan. Full story revealed. Lily Sullivan was 6 years old. No, not was. Lily Sullivan is 6 years old. Her young brother, Jack, had just turned 4. Both children lived with their mother, Malaya Sullivan, and her partner, Daniel Martell, in a modest home on the edge of Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia, a small wooded community that many people would describe as quiet and even isolated. Lily was in grade 1 at the French Immersion School in Antignosh, or whatever it's called. Her teacher in a statement remembered her eyes as bright-eyed, curious, always singing to herself when she thought no one was listening. Jack had just started attending a local daycare. According to friends and family, was glued to Lily's side, often mimicking her every move. That's typically. He wouldn't even go to the bathroom without asking her first, one friend said. They were like twins. Malaya, 28, had grown up in Lansdowne Station. Her parents still live nearby, though they declined to speak with reporters after the children's disappearance. According to friends, Malaya left the area briefly after high school, but returned shortly after giving birth to Lily. The identity of the children's biological father has not yet been made public. Yes, it has. Cody Sullivan. Though they decided to speak with reporters after the children's disappearance, according to friends, Malaya left the area briefly. Oh, wait, we already read that. Oh, see, my eyes are bugging out. Let's see here. The children's identity, blah, 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 blah. Multiple individuals who knew Malaya said he was not in the picture and that Malaya was, for the most part, raising the children alone until she met Daniel in 2021. Daniel Martell, 33, grew up in New Glasgow, but had extended family in Lansdowne Station and frequently visited the area as a child. According to neighbors, he moved in with Malaya and the children in the fall of 2022. The couple kept a low profile, while few locals recall hearing arguments. Others describe them as a quiet little family. Daniel's record, however, complicates that picture. Court documents obtained by the Chronicle Herald reveal that Daniel was convicted of assault in 2016 and has been involved in several domestic disputes reported to the police between 2017 and 2020. While none of those incidents led to charges involving Malaya, at least one involved a previous partner who had filed for an emergency protection order Okay, but where's the receipts to this? Like, if you're going to post that and you're saying that the Chronicle has it, how come you're not linking it? Right? Like, if you're going to post that shit, sorry, I got to stop for a second. The mom has status. Mm-hmm. No, I'm just going to, well, you know, I am, oops, I am going to take that down. Because if you're going to put out something like that, then you better link the Chronicle to that article. Right? So, yes, the CBA news, a lot of people think it's like full of shit and stuff like that. But my thing is this: if you're going to talk about somebody, you better show your receipt to the article in that posting. But you didn't see one, right, Brenda? So I'm not going to sit here and, yeah, under CBA news, right? Now, don't get me wrong, it could very well be true, but unless, I just don't want to put out stuff after reading some of that now. I don't want to put out stuff if it's not true, if there's no receipts to back it up, So if you're credible, you're going to link the Chronicle Herald to that, right? It just makes sense, right? If you're going to put somebody on blast like that, then obviously if there's an article out there, you would link it. So I'm not going to waste my time. People can read what they want and believe into it. Show me the article. Show me an article then. I'll read it just to humor myself. Yeah. Yeah, I'll read it to humor myself, but that's about it. Could be true. But again, yeah, absolutely, Brenda. Right? I know that's why you asked. Right? No. So I just don't want to add crap out there myself. So once I got to that part, so it's not Brenda's fault. She sent it to me and whatever, asked about CBA news. But once I started reading that stuff, I'm just like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to keep reading this. And if you're telling me that the Chronicle Herald or whatever got this information, then there should be something online that references this maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But if you're going to put out an article and act like you're doing stuff, then you better damn right post a link. Simple as that. So for something like that, you'd need receipts, because that's the shit that people spew all over the place that believe in that crap, but yet there's no receipts. Right. And there is another Daniel Martell, and that's just it. Right. Is that just like they got Lily Sullivan wrong? There's another Daniel Martell now that you're saying that, and that probably does have the criminal record. Daniel Martell that we're talking about has one criminal record, and it was dropped, and that was in 2011. Yeah. So you know what? Actually, I am gonna head off now because I am tired, and when I get tired, my patience gets shorter, and I have a long patience, but some of that stuff earlier just my head's spinning, right? It's hard because people are talking. There's a 45-second delay. Now, Eliza, I do appreciate you posting those links for us up there. I do have to knock off your mod thing, however, remove as a standard mod on there. Don't know someone well enough. I have to know someone enough, because we've had mods sometimes, that are good people, but they get boot happy and stuff like that. Or, you know what I mean? Whereas I wouldn't have booted somebody for some of the stuff. It's a very lax type of thing on there, unless I specifically ask the mods to like watch the chat and boot. I don't mind people's opinions at all that are different from mine. I just mind the way it's said, if it's said like that. So I want to thank you guys. I want to go through all of these because a lot of people are very generous to the channel today. Helen, 5 months a member. Helen donated $20. Helen donated $20. Faye donated $10. Joe became a new member. There you go. Now he's trying to build the trust, aren't you, Joe? Charmaine, yeah, $5. You go, girl. $2 from Jane and Ozzy with $7.99. Probably, you guys. Probably this is the most amount of super chats I ever had in a freaking year or two. To be honest with you, well, so let's say a year. Jane, $2. Star of David symbols on there. So thank you guys so much for helping support the channel that way. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, now you guys are all making me embarrassed. All right. Oh, Charmaine's still in here. Oh my God, troll. Just what was posted? Wait, Charmaine, what? Oh, Madeline McCann. Clothes and bones found in the new Madeline McCann case. 19 years later. Charmaine, what? I'll have to search that, Charmaine. Thanks, girl. Just posted 5 minutes ago. Charmaine, just send me the link. You guys are just luring me into this stuff. Charmaine, send me the link. Please. Now, Jack and Lily, again, for anyone that doesn't know about the case, May 2nd, they disappeared. It's now June 10th. It's been over a month. No sign of Jack and Lily. We don't know what happened to them at this time. Anything we say besides the facts of the case is just speculation and talking about the case, keeping the awareness out there. Thank you guys for anyone that hits that like and share. Please do it. Never for the channel purpose, always for the sake of the murdered and the missing. Why are you so sure the kids are not on the reserve? Well, I'm not so sure myself. I don't know. I don't know where the kids are. I have never said that I don't believe they're not on the reserve. I don't know. I don't know enough about reserves and what goes on there. So I never said that out of my mouth. I'll tell you that much. You are so welcome, Sunny. You deserve it. Thank you, Sunshine. So, you know what your name should be, Brenda? Because, Ben is like, super mod over here. Your name should be Brenda Ben Gay. I think it's more suitable, to be honest with you. Wait, I just told you to share a link. Did you share one? Sunny, cute little fans at the dollar store. Clip in the front of you. Oh, I have my little cute little fan. This is the one that goes on my desk at work or at home when I'm working. Like tomorrow and Thursday, I work from home. So this is my cute little fan. It's more powerful than a bigger fan, to be honest, half the time. But this is my little one that's blowing at me. I need it. Okay. I need to, you know what I need to do? I just need to start washing these grays right out of my hair is what I need to do. Dang. Yeah. Actually, they look worse. No, they're coming in. They're looking like silver, a freaking silver star is what they're looking like over there. Ben Gay. Yeah. Are you making good money off it all? Oh, well, you know what? Thank you, A. Gibbs. So I'm so sorry that you're sitting in chat and you're not actually don't have a channel of your own and you don't spend hundreds of dollars. Do I make money off of my YouTube channel? Very little. Thank you very much. I mean, how much money did I get last month? Oh, let me tell you, I got zero. That's how much I sit there and try to leech about YouTube. I do it for the purpose. YouTube pays for ads. If people want to donate, they can. What are you doing exactly, A. Gibbs? You go ahead and tell me how just disgusting it is that people actually can make money off of YouTube ads or that people donate and stuff like that to help out the channel. Do I sit there? Did I promote anything about money at all during this live, A. Gibbs? So you sit there in your little loser life and you go ahead and be judgmental. Are you making good money off it all? So you know what? Like I said, you're probably the one that's jobless. I got a job, plus I take care of a YouTube channel and all that shit. So what exactly are you doing for Lily and Jack? I just want to ask. You know, I'm just actually asking for a friend. I know. Yeah, it costs more than even that. It's more like 200. But it's okay, A. Gibbs. I'm glad that your priority is worrying about what this channel is doing. You know, I do want to say this, though, because it really makes me angry about this. So everybody else in YouTube can make money off doing lives, and news can make money off of just content. They don't care about the cases and stuff like that. But heaven forbid that YouTube pays for ads. I don't force anybody to donate to this channel or anything, right? But when people literally act like you're making money off of a dead person or you're doing this and stuff like that, and you know what? The people with the biggest mouths are the ones that don't even donate a shit. All they do is go around the channels, blah, 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 blah. They don't do shit for a case. They don't do shit for true crime. And they probably have a shitty life to go with it. And they take their little venom out on us and sit there and go, I can't believe you're profiting. You know, all I can say is this: suck it. Suck it, suck it, big time. And don't get me wrong, there's some people that do, you know, that's their prerogative. It's not mine. Gibbs doesn't know you. I know. I'm just having fun, to be honest. That's my bit of last minute fun. You know, only because because his little leeching ass is jealous because I actually run a channel and I spend what? Let me break down probably how much I make an hour from all the lives that are 4 and 5 hours. Let me just probably break that down for you. Because let's see, that was probably most amount of donations pretty much throughout the year. Well, Charmaine has days where I swear she beat y'all. But anyways, so let's see if I broke that down into hours versus my time. Yeah, selfish me. Selfish me. Yeah, I'm so selfish. Anyways, where is his ass? I'm going to block him. What are you even doing in here, Gibbs? Go troll somewhere else. You know what? Obviously, Gibbs, you need to go to the Church of Christ community and you need to repent all your ignorance that you spew along. But it's always funny, you guys. The people that never donate have the biggest mouths. The people that literally offer nothing to a case. They all want to do this. Yeah? As if somehow they got this special life going on. Now, where is that? Somebody already get rid of him? Can't find him now. Oh, there he is. Oh, you know what? You probably weren't subscribed to me anyway, and if you were, I wouldn't care. Ben user. That was my little bit of fun. Okay, sometimes I just like to have it. Thank you, thank you, thank you for having integrity. No one's ever, thank you, Lee. I'm just going to put that up there. Thank you for having integrity. I would never, ever put people in front of money, ever, ever, ever. And the way I lead my life, I'm really damn proud of who I am as a person. You know, and I can say that because I'm allowed to say that, right? If I don't give myself praise, who else is gonna? Well, sometimes you guys do, but I just mean when you know who you are as a person, I don't need to defend myself, you know. But it is nice when people recognize integrity and, you know, just genuineness and stuff like that. Like I said, nobody ever sees me begging for money, ever. Have you guys seen that at all? Like, I'm not saying ever, because there's times where, you know, if you guys, I don't know, when I asked you guys to help with my husband's Christmas gift last year so they could pay for a car payment, you know, and people did, right? Throughout the month of December or November it was. Stuff like that. It's very rare. Other than that, no, really. Mm-hmm. I just believe, like I said, that's for me. That's like sinking to the lowest form. If you have to sit there and beg people, it's my thing. It's just my own guilt about that. Discussing people. Yeah. Anyways, it's been a pleasure, you guys. Yes, this channel is It's a Crime and Shame and the Crew. Present truth and fact here. Yep. If you want to have the truth, you know, we'll whip it up. No problem for you guys. Because that's all we believe in is just being honest 100%. We might not be able to tell you everything, right? Or show you everything. But everything we ever say and do is with 100% of, what do you want to call it? Clarity, transparency. And we just don't hold back. I kind of like that about this channel. I'm sorry that integrity, you know, people would rather have drama over that stuff. Each to their own. Absolutely. And that's the thing, Native girls like you guys, right? I do this so for myself. Like, meaning when I'm saying about the research side of it, if I usually am not that person that asks for help from anybody. I'm so used to doing things by myself, getting my own info, and I have a hard time asking people for things, right? I do. So, as I've grown, I know that there's viewers out there that can help sometimes provide information instead of me sitting up there all night long searching and searching and searching and searching. So it is really nice when I can get sent information and people can help out. I totally love that. Instead of, like I said, instead of just me always thinking I have to do it by myself, because I don't like asking people to do things besides getting Ben to drop links all the time and that. But, it's honestly, I do it for myself so I can have the knowledge of the facts that I can bring to you guys so that you guys can have that knowledge as well. So when I sit here in this chair and I know that I'm 100% genuine in everything I do, I'm just hoping that others will see that. But I've obviously come to realize that it doesn't matter how good you are of a person, you will get attacked by all the way. So then I have to say to myself, well, honestly, is that going to impact my life? That somebody on YouTube land got pissed off at me or something like that, or called me a name or put down the channel, stuff like that? No, because I'm one of those people that I don't care. It's kind of like how I feel about your kids. I don't care what's in my way, but I'm going to bulldoze you over and I'm going to go right by you. Right. And then, so that's how I feel as a mother too, of missing children, that when these are your children, it is, you know what? People that are doing all this searching, right? Be grateful, be thankful that that many people care. Right. So for me, if this is my child and I'm watching a mother that's hiding and not using Facebook, and yet it's up and she's doing all this weird shit, sorry, just calling a spade a spade. Because any mother that truly loves their children and wants the best for their children, you know damn well that there's nothing that's going to hold you down. There's nothing that's going to make you leave that property, or you're going to leave that property and your ass is going to be right back there in the morning looking for your children. You're not going to hide your ass. And then, and I get it. Kelly comes in here going, Sunday's great. Right. Sorry. It's not what I'm seeing. I don't know her, but there's nothing that's getting put out there that's nice about her besides obviously a friend, right? All I seek is the truth. That's it. I seek the truth because the more truth you have, the more knowledge you have to understand a case. And there's people like me, right, who truly want to have the ins and outs of the case, because you want to have as much information as you can, like a timeline or something, to go, okay, now that I have this in front of me and there's no other information that we can go from here up until something else happens. Okay, let me determine what I think happened to Jack and Lily, because that's all I'm trying to understand. Who's lying? What happened to Jack and Lily? Right? It's because things like this piss me off. I don't want to ever see anyone's child ever go missing, ever. And when they do, you're damn straight that I'm going to sit there and give you a stink eye if you're not taking care of your business as a mother. It's just, it's disgusting to me. I don't make up excuses for people's ignorance, because you would not act this way. So why do people make up excuses? Unless you're a shitty parent yourself, why would you ever make up excuses for a mother that's not even doing anything to show that she's even looking for her children right from the get-go, right from the start, right? What does that say? Guilty knowledge. Is that she knows exactly what happened to these children. Regardless of Daniel, regardless of the mother, she knows what happened to these children. And she's trying to or act like, or people are trying to act like, well, maybe, the police officer said not to do this or not. You guys know that that's just a crock of crap, right? Anyone missing their own children. Yeah. you know? And so it's not like I'm looking for these big kudos and all that stuff. I'm just being myself. Charmaine is just being herself. When Melissa's up here, she's just being herself. She doesn't change for the live. She doesn't talk differently than when we're offline. Same with Charmaine, right? You don't talk differently. You act the same, right? Because you're just being yourself. It's more than I can say for half these people around the internet, YouTube land. And most of them can thank the YouTube subscribers for their $1 million homes that they have. And the people that are grateful, really grateful, those are the people that deserve that. Anyways, I've said enough. Good night, you guys. Jack and Lily, missing since May 2nd. Please like and share for anyone that sees this. Thank you guys for everything tonight. There's too much things to even say, but for the super chats, for the likes and the shares, for the chatter, for all the information people send in. Sometimes, don't get me wrong, I get overwhelmed sometimes, especially when I'm tired. And then things are just kind of coming at me. And I'm not the greatest computer person. I can make videos and I can do a lot of good things. But when it comes to Googling stuff and searching, I'm decent at it. But it's the programs can also be very frustrating as well. And then, of course, the time on here. Someone can only answer for every 45 seconds. You're damn straight, Lisa B. Right? Remember that. Remember that. That's the one key thing that's absolutely wrong here, is that a true mother looks for her children. There's no excuses. There's no hiding. There's no nothing. You look for your damn children because they came from you. Now, don't get me wrong. Okay? I know some people are trying to blast the bio dad too and stuff like that. You know, he hasn't been in the life for a couple of years or a few years there and stuff like that. You know, so it can go both ways, end of the stick. But Jack and Lily were in the same household as Daniel and Malaya, the mother, regardless, right? Anyways, thank you guys. I hope so. I feel like there's answers coming. I do. I really feel like with this case is that it's going to be like, dum-da-dum-dum, tapping our nails, dum-da-dum-dum-dum, da-dum-da-dum, and then boom. Next thing you know, everyone's going to be messaging me going, Cindy, get on, do a live. They found Jack and Lily alive. Yeah? Take care, guys. Have a good night. Thanks to Krista. Thanks, Charmaine. And thank you all.
A Norfolk night, the world is cold. We stand surrounded, we are not alone. We